Thanks. Ready, two. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please rise for honors with a 21-gun salute and ruffles and flourishes. Hand salute. Ready, two. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Welcome to the Coast Guard Academy. Welcome back.
It is now my privilege to introduce the Commandant of the Coast Guard, Admiral Kevin E. Lunday.
Good morning. Linda Lee and I are honored to be here today. President Trump, thank you for coming back today to charge these new officers as they head out to our operating forces. Thank you for your visionary leadership to renew the Coast Guard, starting with last year's record capital investment, sir, to buy new cutters, boats, aircraft, facilities, and technology. Sir, we've already spent $13 billion of that to meet your intent, and we're on track to spend nearly all of it by the end of this year. Thank you for your strong 27 annual budget that, when funded by Congress before October, will grow our service by nearly 6,000 people to operate those new assets. And thank you for your resolute advocacy for not just the Coast Guard, but all of our armed forces, sir. Secretary Mullen, thank you. Secretary Mullen, thank you for your leadership and support of our Coast Guard men and women and their families. And under the President's direction, for fighting to successfully fund the Coast Guard and the rest of DHS and ensure that what happened this year never happens again. We will not forget what you did, sir. To the superintendent, faculty, and staff, thank you for forging these men and women into leaders of character who are ready for the call. To the parents, families, and friends, you laid the firm foundation of character and values for these graduates. Their success reflects your enduring love and support. Thank you. To the class of 2026, congratulations. 4 years ago, you arrived as individuals, Americans drawn from across our great United States, including our U.S. territories in Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. You were joined here by international students from allied and partner nations. Today, as you march out, you do so as a unified team, forged in the crucible and bound together by a shared calling to serve with honor, respect, and devotion to duty. You will serve at a time of historic consequence. The maritime domain is more complex, contested, and more vital to American security and prosperity than ever before. And today, the Coast Guard is in greater demand, and we are delivering proven value and results to the American people. We save lives. We secure and defend our homeland and its maritime approaches, from the borders of the mainland U.S. throughout the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere, to Alaska and the Arctic, to Hawaii and their 3 territories in the Pacific and in cyberspace. We facilitate commerce through our ports, waterways, and shipping, vital to America's economic prosperity and to rebuilding the nation's maritime might. And we respond to crisis. At the same time, our service is implementing the President's vision to renew the Coast Guard through force design, a generational transformation that's building a new fleet of assets and bringing in the additional men and women who will operate them. Our people are our greatest treasure. And as we build the most advanced ships in the world, they are nothing without their crews and the leaders of character to command them. You are those leaders. You'll soon report to your first units to lead across our operating forces aboard cutters, at sectors, in deployable specialized forces teams, and at Coast Guard Cyber Command. First, though, you will take the oath to support and defend the Constitution that accompanies your military commission. The commission is more than words. It is a direct grant of constitutional authority from our President and Commander-in-Chief to you, and it represents a sacred trust with the American people. As commissioned officers in the profession of arms, you must lead as if your lives depend on it. For certain, the lives of the men and women you lead, their lives will depend on it. And the lives of the American people we serve will depend on it. The Academy has prepared generations of officers, and you have spent 4 years preparing for this moment. And I know you are ready. I am incredibly proud to serve as your commandant. Looking to the horizon, I have certain hope for the future. For there's one thing our distinguished service history proves. With a ready Coast Guard crew and the strong support of the American people, there is nothing we can't accomplish. Semper Paratus. I'm now honored to introduce a distinguished leader who knows what it takes to secure our United States and enable our Coast Guard and the Department to deliver mission success. A fighter who's always in our corner, leading from the front, our Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen.
Thank you, Admiral Lundy, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me such an honor to serve in your cabinet at such a historic time. As Secretary of Homeland, it's a very humbling position I find myself in, and I play no games about who is my favorite out of the 22 components. I understand the Coast Guard, you're our first line of defense to protecting the homeland. And our President, our Commander-in-Chief, he believes in peace through strength. But he also understands that not everybody believes in peace, and some people only respect strength. And because of the great men and women who sit in front of me today, you give our Commander-in-Chief the options. Because you're the 1%ers. You're the 1% that will stand up and you defend our freedoms, you defend our Constitution, you defend our homeland, you defend our nation. And our Commander-in-Chief loves you for that. As the 1%ers, the President has made it his obligation, plus his mission, to fund our military in the way that no other president has done. He's invested millions, in the tunes of $25 billion, actually, to fund the Coast Guard, to bring the Coast Guard back to mission capable, to not just to fit today's missions, but to focus on tomorrow's missions as well. As I stated before, you're the front line protecting our shores. You protect our inland waterways. You're the law enforcement of the water. And our president realizes that. Your commander-in-chief, this isn't his first time to come and speak at this podium. In fact, this is his second time to come speak at this podium. And I'm going to go off my notes a little bit and just talk about the ride over here. He had your Commandant, Lundy, in the Flying Mobile Office, or the Oval Office. And he was bragging about everything from your uniforms to how you guys learn how to swim, to your missions capability, and to the fact that you guys are involved in every mission. And when we're taking down the narco boats to the illegal flag vessels, you guys are involved in it. And it comes with a great sense of pride for me, because I get to call our commander-in-chief also my friend. And for me to stand in front of you today and be able to introduce him to the one percenters, I take that as one of the greatest honors of my life. So without anybody waiting on me, because I'm never going to get in the way of this guy, let me introduce your commander-in-chief, our 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was beautiful. He's a fantastic man. He's a special, very special man. He always has been. And Mark Wayne, thank you. Appreciate it. And hello, cadets. And let me begin by saying a very big congratulations to the class of 2026, special class. It's a true honor to be here on this magnificent day at one of the most prestigious military academies anywhere in the world, and I'm thrilled to become the first president to ever give a second keynote address to this storied institution. I am very proud of that honor. We'll have to try it a third time. We're going to have to try it maybe a third time, too, to keep that record intact. And a few moments from now, every graduate in the field will go forth with a even greater honor, one of the highest distinctions anyone can attain. You'll become commissioned officers in the United States Coast Guard, and our country is hot. This is a great time. Our country is hot. I hate to say it, but I will. A year ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the last administration, we were a dead country. Right now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected all over the world. You saw that with China just recently. You saw that in Venezuela. You saw that right now in Iran. Everything's gone. Their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Just about everything. The only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens. But we're a hot country. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, with the strongest, most powerful military anywhere in the world, and there's nobody close. I want to thank our new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, a fantastic man, for the introduction, along with Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Kevin Lundy. And he is something. He's a special guy. You know, when you get to that position in the Coast Guard, you're very something. I don't have to ask, gee, how good is he? They have to be very good. It goes with the territory. And the President of the Republic of Palau Surin Gil Whips Jr., I want to thank you very much, and you're here, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Over the past 4 years, this class has been mentioned by an exceptional team of professors and coaches and military professionals who have shaped you into leaders. You came with very good quality, but they've shaped you nevertheless. And warriors who revere honor and really honor duty. You honor duty like very few others can even think about it. So let's give a big round of applause to the entire faculty and staff that made this possible. And I especially want to thank Academy Superintendent Rear Admiral Greg Rothrock. Come on, get up here, Greg. Come here, Greg. He does a hell of a job. You don't want to mess with him. Don't mess around with him. Thank you very much, Greg. Fantastic. Also, your Assistant Superintendent, Captain Jess Razioks. Razioks. Where is he? Where? Oh, nice. Very nice, thank you. Commandant of Cadets, Captain Aaron Cassavant. Hi, Aaron. How, Aaron? Command Master Chief Evan Birch. Evan, where are you, Evan? Good job up here, Evan. It's never easy, Evan, up here, right? You feel more comfortable in the water. And class advisor, Christy Rose. Christy? Thank you, Christy. And of course, where would you be without the wonderful friends and family in the stands? And there are a lot of them here who loved and supported you, and they were with you every single step of the way, and they do love you. They do love you. Sometimes they're not forthcoming with that statement. They're up there. Half of them are crying. Look, their boy, their girl, right? Their boy or their girl. They call him girl, by the way, and they call him boy. And in 30 years, they'll be calling you boy and girl, too. They love you, your parents and your family. Please. To all of the moms and dads, grandparents, and family members here in this joyous occasion, thank you for everything you've done to raise such amazing American patriots. We really appreciate it. What a group. And today is all about the incredible class of 2026 that you've achieved and all of the things that you've achieved and the exciting future that awaits. You have an amazing future. Very soon you'll swap your shoulder boards and you'll join the long blue line of legendary rescuers, seafarers, and service members that fill American hearts with admiration and pride. I've watched it. I've watched you during those hurricanes in Texas, and you got out there and you were going through waves that nobody else would have done. I wouldn't have done it. I would have said, Captain, I'm not feeling too good today. I think I have to take a day off. But you would have none of it. You are really something. I watched it. You saved so many lives. During my first term, we had one of the worst hurricanes ever in Texas and the Gulf. And the bravery that you displayed was incredible. You saved thousands. I think the number was 17,000 lives you saved. Through every generation, the heroes of the United States Coast Guard have lived by a creed of honor and bravery and sacrifice that have defied every storm, shipwreck, and every single enemy attack. In the hour of need, our Coast Guardsmen have brought hope to the hopeless and swept the innocent from the jaws of a raging sea, seas like nobody has ever seen before in some cases. Coast Guard warriors piloted the famous Higgins boats and delivered American liberation to beaches of Normandy and sailed through smoke and flame and gunfire to put the Marines and the Guadalcanal very much into play, and they patrolled the distant shores of Manila Bay and Mekong Delta and the Red Sea, and they patrolled them like nobody has ever been able to patrol them before or since. For decades, the men and women of this noble service have repeated an unofficial motto of pure, unyielding courage. It says, you have to go out, but you don't have to come back. That's a statement. You have to go out. Think of that. You have to go out, but you don't have to go back. And you know what that means? That means danger, and it's a statement that you live by. This is the unbelievable heroism and exceptional selflessness that lives in the soul of every single cadet on this field, every single one of you. And you've all been tested. You'll be tested further and probably at higher levels as your career goes on, but you've been very strongly tested and you have what it takes. You're America's first defenders. You are America's first responders. You are the living standard bearers of America's first fleet. As your commander-in-chief, I could not be prouder of the great class of 2026. Congratulations. Congratulations. Amazing. And I'd have no doubt to say, and just like those Coast Guard legends who came before you, you will always put America first. We put America first now. We haven't done that for a long time, but we do that under the Trump administration, I will tell you. And the whole world is saying, well, America's first, and they put America first. And we help others too, but we put America first. 4 years ago, most of the cadets here today could have gone to almost any school that you wanted. It's so hard to get into the Coast Guard. I had so many people, sir, could you get my son? He wants to go to the Coast Guard Academy. And I look at the son, I say, he's not going to make it. Terrible. I lost a lot of friends. But every once in a while, I'll call up with somebody outstanding, and they'll generally take care. If they don't take care, they're fired. So, you know, they have no choice. But you really have outstanding people coming in. But you chose New London. You chose Cape May. You chose Kodiak Island. You chose the great service of God and country in the U.S. Coast Guard, and it was the best decision of your lives. One of the great decisions, you will say it. It's hard to say it now, but you will say it as time goes by. This will be the best decision of your life, where you decided to learn, go to school in this incredible, beautiful place. You came as strangers and American teenagers. You leave as officers, American warriors, and friends forever. You're always going to be friends with each other, hopefully with me. Today, this field is full of some of the smartest minds, the toughest athletes, and the most tenacious leaders our nation has to offer. It really is. It is very hard to get into this particular place. It is very, very hard. It is a lot of broken hearts. People don't do it. Good people, smart people, they can't quite make it. Many of you have excelled academically, but 49 cadets have studied longer and harder than anyone else. The very accomplished Coast Guard Academy scholars, would you please stand? These are the really brilliant people. You're all brilliant, but these are perhaps slightly more brilliant. Don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. Never feel guilty about success, right? But I think it's great. And at the top of your class with the highest score in both military and academic achievements is distinguished graduate Matthew Lanzillotta. Where is he? Where is he? Come here. Get up here. Come on. Come on, get up. Get up here. I want to see this guy. I hate good-looking men. Very good. Matthew, that's great. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. We also have the only cadet who earned a perfect score on every single fitness test. Now we're talking fitness. Do you know who this is already? Wow, this guy must be something. I think we'll have to invite him up. I want to check it out. For the last 4 straight years, which they think may be an all-time record, congratulations to Thomas Rhodes. Thomas, get up here, please. I want to see. I want to check him out. Whoa. Oh, we're not going to fight with him. I'm not fighting him. I'm not. This is not UFC. Please understand that, Thomas. Look at this guy. Look at the muscles on this guy.
He's a wrestler too, sir.
Thank you, man. That's a big honor, huh? Thank you very much. Just hit him on the shoulder. I hurt my hand. It's like hitting a rock. That's great. Thomas, that's fantastic. Another member of this class is making history as well today. Mike Keddish becomes the first Coast Guard Academy graduate to ever go straight from the Corps of Cadets into the Coast Guard Special Forces. So what was that all about? Come on up here. Come on. Let's go. Come on up here, Mike. I want to see what these guys... I like to see what these guys are like. Because, you know, it's competition for me, too. I have to compete with you now. I'm not liking that. How are you? Fantastic. Wow, that's a big achievement. These are special people. Thank you very much, Michael. For the past 4 years, you've been led by your brilliant class president, Savannah Herrera. Where is she? Hey, Savannah. Where are you, Savannah? Where are you, Savannah? Where's Savannah?
To your left, sir.
Savannah, come on up here. I have to. If I didn't invite her up, they'd accuse me of discrimination. That would not be. I'd be, ladies and gentlemen, the president got sued today. Savannah, come on up. I have to get her up here, and she looks so fantastic. This is ridiculous. Nothing like having a little fun. Do you agree? This is your big day. We got to get Savannah up here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Savannah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Wow. This class has also been blessed with many tremendous athletes, including the Academy's all-time leader in receptions, yards, and touchdowns, wide receiver, Brooke Desta. Where's Brooke? Wow. That's a pretty good record, Brooke. I'll let you come up if you want. You want to come up? Come on up here, Brooke. Come on. You can see they want you up here, Brooke. So do we have a little NFL future here, maybe? I don't know. Usually that can happen when you're leading by that much. That's a lot of achievement. Thank you. You know, we've made it possible. I did this. We made it possible for people like Brooke that really have a great ability at sport, and in some cases will be drafted by the NFL or have a chance of getting into the NFL or baseball or basketball or whatever it might be. The problem is they had to serve, as you know. They had to serve 5 years, and that's not exactly conducive to being drafted very high if you had to go away. So I made a decision in my first term, and we adhere to it very strongly, that when somebody has the ability to go into Coast Guard or West Point, Annapolis, Air Force, any of them, if you have a student with extreme ability that gets drafted and can play in professional football, we allow you to go immediately, and you serve your time in the Coast Guard or whatever after your professional career is over. And it has made such a difference. It's also made a big difference in recruiting. That's why your teams are better today than they used to be. So I make these little contributions. I don't know if people know I made those contributions, but so Brooke, I want 25% of everything you earn. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. So it's a little bit of a help, but it actually, what we didn't expect, it made your recruiting much better because you're able to now recruit the top people that really have a chance of getting into professional sports, and one of the reasons you have such good teams. We also have your all-time leader in points in the assists for women lacrosse, Abby McAllister. Abby, where are you, Abby? Stand up, Abby. Oh, are you that good, Abby? Do you want to come up, Abby? Come on, Abby. Come on up, Abby. See, we throw them a little off on timing when I do this, but what the hell? We have time, right? This is your day. And when somebody achieves with these people, we should give them a little extra recognition, right? That's a tough sport, Abby. I don't know. I'm not going to mess with you. That's great. That's a big record. Thank you, Abby. Of course, there are those of you who have made your mark on the school in many other ways, like the mayor of the class, Freddie Wheaton, the founder of Phi Kappa Granny, Evan Granahan, and the leader of the esports club, Aiden Roskowski. They've done a great job. That's good. That's also called leadership. While everyone has worked and studied hard, some may have spent a little bit too much time at a place called Mr. G's. I don't know what Mr. G's is. I don't know what it is, but I don't like the sound of this. Where am I going with this one? But we want you all to have a clean slate as you begin your careers. So therefore, Mr. Superintendent, I hereby absolve all cadets who are on restriction for minor conduct infractions and even somewhat major infractions, effective immediately. Okay? You guys, you got away with murder. I was just in a good mood. I was in a very good mood to do that. Every branch of our armed forces protects American lives, but the Coast Guard is the only service explicitly dedicated to saving them. You're saving lives. You never leave an American behind, and you never would. In the past year, our Coast Guard heroes have saved over 5,200 lives at least and helped carry out and carry over 19,000 people to safety. Amazing. One of the special cadets in this class has already saved his first life during his first-class summer, providing life-saving care to the person in distress off the coast of Alaska. Job well done. That's Mason White. Mason, thank you. Stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mason. Great job. That was early on, right? And that was a great job. Thank you very much. When you leave here today, every cadet on the field will be stepping into a critical role in the defense of our country. To protect our maritime infrastructure, 12 of you will be going to Coast Guard Cyber Command. That's a big deal. 20 are heading to Coast Guard Flight School. 23 will join Prevention and Response, and a whopping 181 cadets will become afloat officers in a fleet, because as you like to say, underway is the only way, and that's a pretty cool statement. And you know, I don't know if you know this, but I was telling your leaders before that we have 11, we're way down on icebreakers. And we've ordered 11. We're working with Finland. They make icebreakers. They make the best icebreakers. We're going to learn everything we can learn. We're going to shortly make them ourselves. But we're making, right now, currently under construction, we have 11 beautiful. And I said, come on, when's the first one coming? They said, in 28. I said, I'm going to be here in 28. Maybe I'll be here in 32, too. I don't know. Maybe I will. But I'm going to be here in 28. And I'll tell you, I said, that's great because I'm going to be there at the dedication. They have been trying to get icebreakers for years and years, and no president was able to provide them with what you need to get it done. And I want to thank the country of Finland because they are known to make the best icebreakers. And I thought going there for starters, you know, we tried making one, but it was too front heavy. It wouldn't have worked because an icebreaker has to come crashing down. And when the front weighs 4 times more than the back, bad things happen. So I realized we didn't know what the hell we were doing. I went to Finland and was with the president of Finland, and we worked out a deal. And we're making 11 total. Some of them are going to be made right here. We're going to learn the craft, and we're going to have so many icebreakers. You know, Russia has 48, and we have one very old one. It's ridiculous. And we have the whole Arctic. We have the whole region. And we're going to have a whole big fleet very shortly, and they're starting to come in a very quick fashion. After that, we're going to go way up higher. We'll have at least 55 within a short period of time, so that'll be great. And you're going to be operating them and running them, and it's probably another category. The class of 2026 is graduating at an incredible, exciting time for our nation and the Coast Guard in particular. As you enter the office corps of the greatest military in the history of the world, our national strength is back. Our morale is back. We are a confident country again. We have confidence is back. And above all, America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before. We have a strong, great, respected country again. We went off course. We went very sadly off course. For years, Washington, D.C. was run by foolish politicians who thought they could defy the laws of world history, violating every common sense principle for preserving national power and national security. And they surrendered our industrial capacity to other countries, crippled our energy production, threw open our borders. We had borders with they were open borders, they called them. People came in totally unchecked and unvetted. You know how many people over 4 years in the last term? 25 million people. They came in as murderers. They were coming in from other countries. They came in from prisons. They were drug dealers. They came in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They allowed them to just flow into our country. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out. 11,888 murderers. Think of that. 50%, or more than 50%, committed more than one murder. They were allowed in our country. We can never forget the sins of what they did to our country, but we're getting them out. In fact, we've gotten them to the extent that we just had the best crime numbers in history. The best crime numbers, meaning the lowest crime numbers in history, were just last month released. Lowest number of murders since the year 1900, 125 years. So what they did to us is terrible, but we're getting it back into shape really properly. And now we went from the worst border in history to the strongest border we've ever had. In 11 months, not one illegal alien was able to get into our country. When you think of that, that's pretty amazing. And they can come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in through a process. They have to love our country. They have to show us that they can love our country, not that they want to blow up our country. I think that everybody agrees with that. Under this administration, we don't apologize for American power or wealth. What we do really is we want to maximize it. We take advantage of it. We unleash it. And we wield it to pursue our country's glorious destiny and our beautiful American dream. We have the American dream back. You didn't hear about the American dream too much for 4 years, and now the American dream is back. This is truly the golden age of America. We are in now the golden age. We have more production, more people. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country by far. We have more people having great jobs today than at any time in the history of our country. Our country is respected all over the world. The men and women of the Coast Guard have a vital role to play in this resurgence. This is a great resurgence. We have $18 trillion being invested in the United States. That's many, many times more than ever before. In fact, You'd have to go back more than 10 years. Another country a long time ago had 3 trillion. We have 18 trillion. The last administration for 4 years had less than 1 trillion. We have $18 trillion being invested in our country in 11 months because the numbers for the 12th have not come up. So that's going to increase it yet further. So that's an honor. It's a great honor. To me, that's something special. We're building plants, auto plants, every kind of plant you can imagine all over the country. And they're coming in from Canada. They're leaving other countries. They stole our auto business. They stole our chip business. We'll have close to 50% of the chip business by the time I leave. And right now we have none, practically. And we'll have, it was taken by other places. It was taken by Taiwan. I'm not knocking them. I'm saying if they can get away with it. But if you had the right president, that would have never happened. It wouldn't have been allowed to have happened. You would have put tariffs on, and you say, that's okay, you can steal our business, but if you're going to sell, if you think you're selling those chips back into us with no tax, you can forget it. And if we did that, we wouldn't have lost those businesses, the autos, the chips, the semiconductors. All of that would be here, but it's all pouring back into our country right now because of the word tariff. As you know, one of my favorite words, I got into big trouble. I said, this is my favorite word in the dictionary, my favorite word, the word tariff. And the fake news, look at all of them back there. They said, what about God? What about wife, family? What about other things like Bible? So I was in deep trouble because they said tariff is my favorite. So I made it number 5, and now I'm okay. Now I'm okay. They think I'm kidding, but they gave me a hard time. But with your help, we're reasserting one of the most time-honored principles of our national security, that the American dominance in Western Hemisphere will not be threatened under any circumstance. As an example, we will not let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. It's very simple. We will not let that happen. And we have great support. You wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but we have great support. People don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and they will not have a nuclear weapon, and they want to make a deal so badly. We'll see what happens, but we hit them very hard, but we may have to hit them even harder, but maybe not. But we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon and blow up the entire Middle East, Israel, the entire Middle East, and then come here for you. Not going to happen. So just as no family can be truly secure in a violent neighborhood, we will not allow chaos, instability, or danger to fester in America's own backyard. We're not going to let it happen. One of the reasons we have Mark Wayne, and one of the reasons that I feel so good about things, is a tough cookie. You know, he was a great fighter, too. A great fighter. He was a tough cookie and a very successful fighter. His sons are all-American fighters, so they have good genetics in that family. But Mark Wayne is a tough guy I always say he's a tough guy with a great heart. And that's a good combination. So from the Gulf of America to the frozen waters of the Arctic, from the shores of Havana to the banks of the Panama Canal, we will drive out the forces of lawlessness and crime and foreign encroachment, just like we've been doing. You know, we have only 3% coming in. We were getting tremendous, you would understand this because you were involved in this, we're having tremendous amounts of drugs brought in by sea, by ocean, by water. And a tremendous amount. And we've now reduced that to 3%. So it was a big percentage, and now it's all the way down to 3%. And we've hit them very hard, as you know. Not that it's something we wanted to do. And we never miss. We never miss. We hit them very hard. And actually, people are trying to figure out who are the 3% because they happen to be the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. The 3% that's left, but I don't even think they have 3%. We virtually stopped it. And now we're going to stop the drugs coming in by land, and that's the easy one to do. That's the easy one. I want to thank the Coast Guard because you've been unbelievable in that endeavor. Think of it. We had a majority of drugs were coming in by the sea, by the ocean, and we have virtually stopped that. And now for the easy part, the land, much easier. And it will be equally quick. And we are going to have drugs are down by 61%, but we want to get them down to almost nothing because they've destroyed so many families, so many people, so many lives. Our Coast Guard cutters are elite tactical teams where the pivotal is enforcing our successful blockade, and you just have to see this. We have a blockade that's, they call it the wall of steel. Nobody goes through them, and you're a big part of it. Nobody goes through them. The Navy, the Coast Guard, we have ships that tried to go through, and they're saying young captains from Coast Guard Academy, the Naval Academy, Annapolis, and they're saying, do not proceed further. They have the greatest loudspeaker system, much better than this one, let me tell you. It goes over the water, it bounces on the water, and you have this young, handsome captain saying, do not proceed further. You are in enemy territory. Do not proceed further or we will shoot. And you have a ship that's like 2 football fields long that carries 2 million barrels of oil. Think of that, 2 million barrels. And on occasion, they'll try and disobey. And last week you saw one shot, not a missile shot, a bullet, a very large bullet. A bullet from 4 miles hit the rudder of the ship, and the rudder of the ship fell into the ocean. It was a beautiful thing to see. It just fell in. I said, what the hell kind of a shot was that? And the man said, no, we are going back to Iran. See, now I say Iran. I don't use, because he obviously has a correct pronunciation. We will go back to Iran. And it took, with a broken rudder, with the rudder that was laying at the bottom of the sea, it took 10 miles just to turn that ship back. But nobody violates it, nobody. And I was with, as you know, President Xi of China 2 days ago. We had a tremendous meeting, very successful meeting. And he agrees our military is phenomenal. I don't want to go beyond that, but I will tell you he respects our military tremendously. Our military is respected. We have, as I said, the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we're going to keep it that way. We have a budget this year of $1.5 trillion. That's the biggest budget we've ever had. That includes the Coast Guard. Don't worry about it. Look, they're getting a little bit concerned. Don't worry, it includes you. You're going to have so many Coast Guard cutters, you're not going to know what to do with them. You'll have a cutter that's 2 years old. You say, Captain, I want the new one. Didn't used to be that way, but we have a lot of money coming your way, you know that. Because of these people and people like them, they made a great case for it, and I'm a big fan. So, we take care of it while I'm here, because we're going to take care of the Coast Guard like you wouldn't believe. And in a flawless, thank you. And in a flawless operation last January, supported by the Coast Guard, America's armed forces captured the outlaw Nicolas Maduro and brought him back to American justice. He's awaiting trial from Venezuela, an attack that took less than 1 day. And it was an amazing, I think it's one that's going to be studied for a long time. Great, smart country, very tough military country, but it really took 48 minutes and 13 seconds to be exact, but let's give it 1 day. And he's now awaiting trial. And now we have a great joint venture with Venezuela. We have millions of barrels of oil coming into Houston and coming into parts of Texas and Louisiana and Alaska. And it's been an amazing thing. You know, Venezuela used to be a really great country 20 years ago. Then it went the wrong way. It went the way they'd like to take this country. Some lunatics would like to take this country way, way left and destroy it. But we're not going to let that happen. We're not letting that happen. This service has also been at really the center of the battle to restore sovereign borders for the United States and keep drugs and criminals out of our country, and we're keeping them out. Since I took office, the Coast Guard has seized over 206 million lethal doses of illicit narcotics, the most in the history of our country, enough to kill a country, a large country, many, many times over. And you've seized it, and you seize it constantly, and you don't play games. Last August, the Coast Guard cutter Hamilton interdicted 76,000 pounds of illegal drugs, the largest Coast Guard drug bust of all time, largest ever. And I'm telling you, the Coast Guard has always been good, but you've stepped it up even beyond that. 5 cadets graduating today were part of that historic action. And I'll mention their name. Elliot Coles, stand up, Elliot. Jenna Lewandowski, Piper Stevens, Hannah Warner Kay, and J.J. Banek Gebel. Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. The Coast Guard has also played an important role in Operation Epic Fury to ensure that the Iranian regime never obtains a nuclear weapon. Just 2 months ago, off the Coast Guard at Malaysia, a highly trained U.S. Coast Guard tactical team helped seize a sanctioned Iranian oil tanker that had been used to transport over 1 million barrels of oil from Karg Island into the coffers of Iran. We don't want that to happen. This is the third sanctioned Iranian vessel the Coast Guard has helped capture since we began the fighting, the real fighting with Iran, and many more to come, I suspect, unless they get smart. Everywhere you go, you say, never forget. You represent the most righteous, successful, and exceptional nation in all of history, and you were really put in a position where you wear the uniform, the most powerful military ever to sail the seas. You are right now at the pinnacle of this nation. You are at the pinnacle. 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't have said that. I wouldn't have been up here, but I couldn't have said that. You were not at the pinnacle at all. Right now, you're at the pinnacle of the Coast Guard, at the pinnacle of the military, and that military includes the Coast Guard will soon be stronger and more powerful than ever before with all of the things we've done. Last year, I signed a record-setting $25 billion investment in the Coast Guard, including funding for 22 new cutters, 40 new search and rescue helicopters, 25 state-of-the-art icebreakers, and we're also providing $380 million for renovations and improvements right here at the Academy. The Academy is going to be so beautiful. It's already beautiful, frankly, but it's going to be tippy-top, as I say. It's going to be perfect. Under our leadership, this service is seeing more action than at any time in many decades. I would say at any time, period, you've never seen what is happening. And the Coast Guard, as good as it has been, has never seen what's happening to it right now. And the spirit has never been higher. And I think we can say that. It starts with the leadership, but I think its spirit with the Coast Guard has never been higher than it's been right now. And I got to know a couple of people over the last 2 weeks from the Coast Guard, and I can see why. These are incredibly brilliant people, good people. I have to say, I don't want to give them any ideas, but in the private sector, they'd be making a lot of money. And you know what? They wouldn't trade what they're doing. Would you guys trade for millions a year? Maybe. Maybe. No, you wouldn't. I don't think you would. A lot of people would like to be in your position that are doing very well, believe me. In the 4 years before I took office, the Coast Guard recruitment missed targets by 20 and 25 and 30%, the targets, the recruitment targets. And not only you, the Marines, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, that's my baby. I started the Space Force. I was very happy. It's going to turn out to be one of the most important of all. But you missed your recruitment numbers, and it was an embarrassing time. Not only the military, the police, firemen, anybody with a uniform, they didn't want to be associated with our country, frankly. And last year, the Coast Guard beat its recruitment goals by 120%. And we have so many people wanting to get into the Coast Guard and all levels of the military now that weren't even thinking about it. To me, it's one of the most exciting things. When I first came, we had the election on November 5th, and it really started from the day of the election. But we had the election on November 5th. But I will tell you, before that, you couldn't recruit people to go into the military. Nobody wanted to be there. They were trying to reduce standards. Now the standards, I hate to say, are through the roof. But now we have lines of people wanting to get into every group of, whether it's the Navy, the Coast Guard. And I will tell you, I looked at the numbers, the Coast Guard in particular, you have exceeded your numbers. You have a waiting list that's a mile long of people that want to get in. So I think I have to say congratulations on that. You know, it's a really big deal. And by the end of my term, we are adding 15,000 new Coast Guardsmen. And we're going to have them added to the list because of all the new equipment that we've ordered. And it's a true honor to be your commander-in-chief. I mean, I'm looking at you. I'm glad to get to shake hands of a few of your outstanding people. But every one of you are outstanding. You're in a category that's really very unique, very hard to be Very hard to get there. Now you know, even by the recruitment numbers, you know it is. But beyond that, it's just a very special group of people, and you are a very special group of people. As you begin your important new missions and your mission in life, today let me leave you with a few words of advice to maybe help you a little bit on your way. First, most important, never ever give up. Never give up. They ask me, how do you be successful, sir? It starts with never give up. I've learned a lot about life, but the one thing I've really learned is that perseverance, never quitting, never giving up is a big deal. You'll be right there, right at the gate, and you've seen it. You've seen it in sports. You've seen it. They're right there at the gate, and they give up. Never give up. And whatever happens, no matter where you are in life or what situation you find yourself in the seas or anywhere else that you may be, keep pushing forward. Always push forward. Never stop pushing forward. No matter how terrible the storm, no matter how difficult the mission, never surrender. Keep going, keep fighting, and make the adversary quit first. Let them quit. They're going to quit if you keep going. Second, at this pivotal time of transformation for our armed forces, you have to think big. It's much better thinking big. Small solutions yield small results. Only big ideas will yield to tremendous change and greatness. Americans do not want to live in a world ruled by someone else's big ideas. Live in a future and shape your future, and you want to dominate your future, and you want to dominate it for your great military and for your country. Think big. During the course of your Coast Guard careers, it will be time for incredible change, and change is going to happen, change that we can't even think of right now. The things will happen, and I believe for the best, hopefully for the best, but I believe for the best. But things will happen that you can't even imagine, and it's going to be very exciting. But the way that's going to happen is through thinking big. Nothing great was ever built. Think of that. Nothing great was ever built without the word momentum at your side. In times of your life, you'll have momentum. That's the time you go for it. I tell stories about people that lost their momentum and they went and it didn't work out well. You know when you're doing well. You know when you have that positive momentum. So take that momentum and go for it. So many people, they wait the wrong time. You know when it's right. Go with the momentum. The towering men and women of history have always been people of action. You answered the call to serve, and now you need to make sure that most of your time is spent on very important roles in life. You've done a lot, and you've had a lot of relaxation. Frankly, if you enjoy what you're doing, there's no such thing as work. It's not work. What you're doing, I would say with most of you, it's not work. What you've done is a lot of work, but it's not work. It really isn't. It's a great pleasure. I find myself, I work a lot. They say he's a workaholic. I'm not a workaholic. It would be tough if I didn't do things. If I didn't do things, I don't know what I'd be doing. It probably wouldn't be good. But you got to love it. And if you love it, it's never considered work. There will always be time for taking the easy path. And there'll be times when you want to do that or to settle for maybe a short-term fix. But for the best results, it'll always be a product of unbelievably hard work. That's why I always sign something. They say, oh, could you put something on? I say, work hard. To a young person, work hard. Because you have to work hard. It's so competitive. Life is so competitive. You have to work hard. It's never going to come easy. You have to work hard. A lot of great athletes, they say, the harder it work. I remember Gary Player, a great golfer. He was somewhat smaller than other great athletes. And he said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That was the first time I heard it. I've heard that expression a lot, but the first time was from the great Gary Player, one of the top 3 golfers of all time. And he said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. It's a great expression. Fourth is you go into life, and right here at the Coast Guard, you want to keep your eyes in the boat. You want to have your eyes in the boat. You know what that expression means better than anybody. Do not be distracted by what's outside. You just want to look back and you want to just see what's happening, but keep your eyes in the boat, a Coast Guard expression. Focus on the task before you and move forward. Always, always move forward, never move back. Remember, what actually matters in pursuit of success is it really has to be relentless. You've got to be relentless. And many of you are relentless. You wouldn't be here if you weren't, because there are 10 people for every seat that I'm looking at, 10 people, and I think even more than that, that wanted that seat, and you made it. So finally, you have to be strong. You have to be really strong, and I don't mean just with muscle strength. I mean with mental strength, and you have to be brave. In your profession, you have a level of bravery that has to supersede a normal person's bravery, but that's why you're here. America was not founded by weak and timid men or women who cowered in the face of evil or sat by as danger loomed. As President Theodore Roosevelt said, freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards and weak people. Today, our country faces the threats that are very strong, but we have a much stronger country today than we had 2 years ago. Today, the threats that looked really bad 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had a country that was rudderless, just like that ship that had its rudder shot off. We have a country now with very strong, powerful rudders. But every one of you has your soul, the strength and courage to face whatever comes before you. You're going to do unbelievably well. I mean, just have no idea. I look at audiences all the time, but I'm looking at this audience. It's just an incredible group of people, a beautiful, beautiful, brilliant group of people. So you're brave and you're bold and you're always ready to go, and you inherit the legacy of some of the most daring and intrepid Americans ever to live. You are inheriting the mantle of some of the bravest people, some of the most incredible warriors ever, right here. A tradition of pride and glory and greatness passed down from one generation to the Coast Guard heroes to the next. You had great heroes. In World War II, the Coast Guard was the first branch of the military to seize a Nazi vessel and take enemy prisoners. The first one to do it was the Coast Guard. The first branch to traverse the Northwest Passage, and the first to sail a ship right up the middle of the frigid seas to the North Pole. You were the first. You were the first to do so much. And that's not going to change. And now you have equipment. I think we can say definitely when all that new equipment comes in, Admiral, you have equipment the likes of which the Coast Guard has never had before. So you'll have many ships sailing up instead of one. You're going to be doing things that nobody even thought possible. You have on order, some of it's already delivered, but you have on order the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no other Coast Guard, there's no other, frankly, Navy that has anything like what's coming your way. On September 11th, 2001, amid the rubble, dust, and debris, it was the Coast Guard that organized the largest boat lift in all of history, evacuating 500,000 people from lower Manhattan. That was a terrible day. The gleaming white hulls and the blazing red stripes of your cutters have sliced through the horizon of nearly every major waterway on Earth. Every day, Coast Guard members plunge into pitch-black oceans, rush onto roaring surfs, and do battle with Mother Nature at her absolute worst. Mother Nature like few can imagine it even exists. And I've seen it. I've seen things that I said, nobody's going into that storm, and you guys go into it like it's just another day of work. You fly into gale force winds, smash into 50-foot waves, storm into floods of fire and shrapnel, and swarm through water so cold that it will snap a ship in half with just the wrong hit of a wave. But your fellow Americans, and above all, you're from the Coast Guard. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, that a Coast Guardsman cannot do. There really isn't. I've seen so much. I mean, as president, I've just seen so much. I've seen people that were going to be decimated, that were going to be destroyed in sea. I told you about some of the hurricanes. They were out at sea. They were boating, and they got caught. They wanted to go a little closer, a little closer, a little closer, and then they got gobbled up by nature. And the only way they could have survived was what you people were able to do. You went in there, and you got them. It wasn't easy. It was very dangerous. No matter how perilous the task, you're unafraid and you're just an unstoppable force, and you want to stay that way. The U.S. Coast Guard has never, ever let us down. And with men and women like the great class of 2026, I know that will never happen. You're going to go on to greatness, the likes of which even the Coast Guard has not seen. So wherever the duty calls, whatever danger comes our way, you will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. I want to just say a very strong God bless the Coast Guard Academy, the class of 2026. God bless the United States military, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Have a great, great, and stellar career. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
It's crazy that we always have people, right, that when we're in the middle of honoring our police, our military, those who have done something for our country, they never fails to have people on the left just hating about everything. I don't understand if you guys, have ever come into a place and just for a second stop the hate and start celebrating those who deserve celebrating. This is our young generation for the Coast Guard, any Navy, Army, any military, any graduation. We are here for them. We're not here for you. I love to just have my show and just talk about what I want to talk about, but sometimes I like to show those live streams. I like to hear what accomplishments our young men and women have done. You know what's a really, some real fresh air that I get is to see real men and real women that know who they are, who that we can trust are in the right state of mind and not living in a delusional world. Sad that people come in and say all these nasty things about our POTUS, our president. Now, I realize that most of them are not even legal. Most of them are too entitled. They don't know what it's like to work hard for something or earn a living. Many have just forgotten what it's like to struggle. Maybe just people like to suffer and be treated like slaves. I don't know what the leftist mentality actually does for themselves. But I can tell you this. I love my president. I'm so glad I voted for him. I'm so glad he's doing what needs to get done. And I'm going to say this. He doesn't have to be here. He could have sent J.D. Vance. He could have sent the vice president. You know, the fact that he calls in these young men and women to come up to stage and get to meet him. He is a president that we elected. He is their commander-in-chief. Whether it be temporary, it is irrelevant. That is an honor that he carries with him. And I appreciate my president. I think he's fantastic. I think he's phenomenal. You know, one of the things that I would love to see is Iran just destroyed. They got a few submarines. They got to be destroyed. They got a few boats. They got to be destroyed. And I would just bomb the shit out of this regime. You know, and all those people that support them, they can go with them. There's no such thing as innocent women and children that are indoctrinated, that carry weapons to promote terrorism. You can call me whatever you want. But I know that this is what these countries do. They take away the innocence of the children. They strap bombs on them. They give them weapons. They don't give them a vision, a vision or a dream of a future. They give them a vision of death. While we are here in this country, in the United States of America, whether you like it, whether you think that the president is horrible, whether you think the worst things about the United States of America, look at the difference. And I know that they say that you don't judge a book by its covers. But look at the difference when you see this Coast Guards, when you see our navies, when you see our Marines, when you see our Army, when you see our soldiers with their uniforms living in the land of the free. It brings tears to my eyes, tears of joy and pride and gratefulness that I, as a migrant, have come to this country, thank God, have always been legal. I have never been illegal. And I got the privilege to become an American citizen. And I get tearful because I get to see these young Americans, these young men and women who are sacrificing. They are willing to put their future to protect this country, not to terrorize, not to destroy, but to protect this country. You see, there is a difference between us and our enemy. The enemy wants to build a cult to have innocent children and women go out and create terror in the world. But here in the United States of America, we teach them patriotism. We teach them about God, the loving God. We teach them to protect this nation. We see their accomplishments. We pray for their future. We birth a vision in their life of freedom, not oppression. It's the President Trump that has come and has shown all the support for our military. The Navy commander has said and has acknowledged that President Trump has made the Navy even better. They didn't say that about Obama. Definitely didn't say that about the digital pen. They said that about President Trump. If you haven't watched the whole stream, I recommend you go back, go to the White House Correspondence, go to the channel, and watch the whole stream. It is amazing. It is amazing to see our young men and women standing up for this country. If you don't see a difference between us, Americans, our Western civilization, with those whom we are defending ourselves from and our future for our children, this terrorist Iranian regime, if you don't see the difference between that regime and our military, you are blind fool. There is no hope for you. You come and judge our president because he went and stopped drugs coming into this country. You come and judge our president because he secured the border. Let me remind you that mass deportations are needed because of the incompetence of the Biden administration and Kamala Harris. So all of the fools that voted for them, you are responsible for over 500,000 missing children due to illegal immigrants, due to a weak, secure border. You are guilty for all the drugs that have killed hundreds of thousands of our American citizens and people in this country. How can you sit there and say that our president is a pedophile and yet you defend a whole religion who actually makes it a law to lay with minors? the hypocrisy of the people on the left, it's unbelievable. You know what I love about doing this show? That I get to tell the truth. I get to see things for myself. I get to judge them as I see them. I can see that there is a lot of people who have served, but they have served for their own purpose, not for the purpose of the people. And that's how I see the difference between our veterans today. Those who have actually served our country with honor and selflessly, have proven to be patriots and continue to support the fight for the protection, the security, and the freedom of this great nation. Mostly of the people who complain and bitch and whine about our country and defending a terrorist organization like the Ayatollah, Hezbollah. You forget, but we don't. And many people probably come from other countries who didn't feel the pain of 9/11. Maybe you forgot that all these terrorist Muslims around the Middle East were laughing at us. But I don't. I was here. Many were not born until after this happened. You don't know the pain of the people. We don't forget. New York has forgotten. Let me tell you something. The United States of America, it's such a blessed country. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth. And you might think that a tropical, beautiful green and blue and emerald colors and the ocean and the coral reef, you might think that's beautiful. But that's not the beautiful that I'm talking about. We have that, but we have more. We're free. We truly are free. We are protected by God. And the devil is doing everything that it can so that we hate each other. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't hate Democrats. I support Democrats. But what they don't see is that these fake Democrat politicians, they are just communists. They are wolves in sheep's clothing. They disturb the history of this country. I put a couple of clips out there for you guys to watch. Let me try to find these clips because I would love to play them for you. If you haven't done so, let me go ahead and open up these short clips. Now, I want to start off. Let me give myself a like first. Bam! 18. I'm going to start off with a clip from a live that I did last week. Now, I want you to pay attention because everything that I try to do is so that this country can stay free and to allow Americans to see what really is happening in our world. Take a listen to this. If you haven't seen my shorts, go to my page, check out the short. Don't forget to give it a like. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to share, please share. Ignore the hateful comments that people put on there, and I will love it if you leave me a chat word of encouragement, a prayer, a psalm, a scripture from the Bible, whatever you want to leave on my videos that is going to be encouraging, I appreciate you. Here's my first clip. Let's make a... This is who we stand with. You ready? Let's make a comparison, okay? We stand for American citizens first. Democrats stand with illegal immigrants first. Second, conservatives, we believe in God. Most of us believe that this country was founded under God, Judeo-Christian beliefs. Democrats believe this country belongs to Satan. Republicans or conservatives believe that we should have secure borders. Democrats believe to have open borders. Conservatives believe that American citizens' rights should be priority, and we should have health care and help our vets and try to tackle the homelessness problem that we have of our Americans in this country. Democrats believe that they should use more money to take care and continue to support the drug habits of homeless people. This is who we... That's us. That is the difference between us and those who hate our country.
There's absolutely no question that racial discrimination existed in our country, and in many places, people would argue that it still does. And so we had all kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. We had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we had, I think they, some places even required them to count how many jelly beans were in a jar. All kinds of ways to keep black people from voting. This happened. I don't think anybody can deny that that was going on. And as far as I'm concerned, there is a pattern now of voter suppression going on in our country right now. And the Calais decision just plays into that by pretty much gutting the Voting Rights Act, which, by the way, was reaffirmed many times in a bipartisan way in acknowledging that this kind of racial discrimination occurred, and that as a democratic country where everybody has an equal vote, that's not tolerable. But suddenly it's A-OK just because the Supreme Court says so. I consider it to be basically an out of control Supreme Court majority where there is a pattern.
Just a moment ago, our colleague Senator Herrera said there's a lot more to say, and indeed she's right. And in fact, I want to go back to her comments. She began by saying we have a long history of racial discrimination in this country. That's undoubtedly correct. And then she said, quote, we had poll taxes, we had literacy tests, we even had tests of how many jelly beans are in a jar. Mr. Chamberlain, when Senator Herrera says we had poll taxes, I want to ask you who we is, and in particular, what party was it that implemented poll taxes in the South?
Pretty confident it was mostly the Democrats.
And what party was it that put literacy tests in place in the South?
Same answer, mostly the Democrats.
What party was it that had tests like how many jelly beans are in a bottle?
The Democrats.
Tell me, what party were the founders of the Ku Klux Klan from?
I'm pretty sure that was the Democrats.
Indeed. In fact, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, was a delegate to the 1860 Democrat National Convention. What party wrote the Jim Crow laws in the South?
The Democrats.
And on this side of the aisle were members of the Republican Party. Who was the first Republican president?
Abraham Lincoln.
The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era. Bull Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians, what party was he from?
He was a Democrat.
Democrats. Is that clear? I got one more for you right here. Oh, don't forget to like. I got to like my videos too. There we go.
The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way, fast forward to the Civil Rights era. Bull Connor, one of the most noxiously racist politicians, what party was he he from?
He was a Democrat.
The Democrats, for the entire history of their party, have been a party based on racial discrimination. They affirmatively embrace it. They support it. The Republican Party was literally founded to oppose slavery. We came into existence because slavery was a grotesque evil, and it was President Lincoln, the first Republican president, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, who won the Civil War, and that resulted in the freeing of the slaves and the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. By the way,
Facts that the leftists don't want you to know, but here in the Dennis Herrera Show, well, that's what we're all about. We are all about facts. That is the way that I live my life. This is the way. You know what I find very interesting? I love Raquelita. Raquel, you notice that I highlighted that we in big capital red letters. That's right. We, the Democrats. Hirono was at least being honest about who the racists really are in this country. I found that very, very satisfying to be able to play there for you. Now, I got some more videos that I want to play for you. I was going to put this on a short, but I'd rather you listen to it here. And, man, before I get to the video, let me just say, hey, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I appreciate you being here. Let me say hello to my family, my patriots, all of you guys who support me on this channel. Welcome, Robert, Raquel, of course, Jason Martin, my general. Ruby, I've been reading. It looks like you have some health issues. We pray right now in the name of Jesus Christ that you receive healing and that may God's hands be on the hands of those surgeons that will take care of that situation for you. We believe in the power of faith, and we have faith that you are going to be healed should you believe it yourself. Right, remember this. Let it always be God's will and not our own. So the true testament to our lives is not really how healthy we live, how long we live, but how we keep fighting the good fight, how we can keep standing for the truth, continue to move forward and not fall into temptation, to not fall into evil. Because a lot of people that go to church, they say they're Christians, but in reality, they don't even know who God is. They don't know God, therefore they don't know themselves. See, if you believe in God, if you denounce yourself, if you deny yourself and you give yourself to God, then you get to know them. And when you get to know God, you truly do know who you are. That's why the devil is so desperate to make sure that people don't believe in God. See, it's better for the devil to keep them guessing, to keep the people confused of who they are. This is the Socialist Democrats. It's the demonic party in our life today. They believe in Marxist communist ways, and we don't. And we don't accept those ways for a reason. They are Marxists. They don't believe in God. They are godless. Now, whether they think that the devil doesn't control them is irrelevant. You don't have to do anything to go to hell. But you got to fight in order to go to heaven. You got to fight the weakness of the flesh. Communists, they want to take away your meaning of making wealth. They want to control the people. See, communists like to stay in power. That's why Congress and the Senate, they need terms. They become communists. They have been in power for too long. And those who are easily corrupted, you know them. You know who they are. Alabama, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Booker, and then you have these traitors like Presley. Ilhan Omar, her loyalty belongs to Somalia, she says, and the Somali president. What a traitor. She's got to be deported after she spends a few years in jail, of course. Many traders, many activists have been allowed to infiltrate our government. And we cannot continue to allow this activist to get into office. Do you understand how great of a problem that is? I don't think you do. There should be no activist running for office. The moment that you have activist in your resume, you no longer qualify to be in office. You know why? Because you don't have the loyalty for the country. You don't have loyalty to the laws of this nation. You just want to be against everything that makes us prosper. Like the socialist Democrat here in Seattle, Washington. She says she stands with Starbucks. And I'm going to correct myself. I believe a few days ago, I said that Starbucks took hundreds of thousands of jobs. No, I misspoke. It was actually about 2,000 plus jobs. Where I messed up is that the average pay is over $100,000 per employee. And that, my friends, is a lot of taxes that could have been collected here in Washington State. But socialist Democrats don't know how to make money. They just know how to steal it from you and from me. How do they do that, Dennis? Well, let me just remind you of why we became independent from a tyrannical government. We don't bend the knee to the king of England. We send them redcoats back to where they came from. And we settled in to our new land, and we have fought for this country. 250 years young this country is. And today we're free. And now New England, all these countries in the UK are facing the same dilemma that we got rid of. Now, they might not be able to get rid of them like we did because they are part of it. But they sure as heck can vote them out. My heart goes out to England. My heart goes out to the UK and all these European countries that are suffering for the stupidity and the incompetence of their government. But you have to understand, as Americans, the Socialist Democrat Party is not the Democrat Party that you and I loved. They no longer think America first. They no longer think that this country, it's the best country on earth. As a matter of fact, they hate it. How can they say that they love you when they treat foreigners with all this mercy and compassion and give them every benefit that belongs to you and your people? This is the United States of America. Americans should and always be the priority of this country. Anybody looking to be a servant of the people is not the world. It's for Americans. How can you vote for these people who have a proven record to hate America, to hate freedom, to empower slavery? How can you vote for these people? How can you not see that you gotta stand up for your rights? Legitimately stand up for your rights, not on fake propaganda from AOC or Bernie Sanders or Mandani. You gotta wake up. I understand the loyalty is great for your party, but you gotta stand up like a real patriot, as Senator Fetterman has. He doesn't like Trump, but he knows that he needs to do what he needs to do right now. That is a patriot. Now, I got faith that we will have our party back. But first, as we always said for the last 8, 12 years, drain the swamp. It's not easy. It's not easy. See, the blue state is rooted so deeply. But you know what? We're still digging. Little by little, we got the right people in office. We're getting the smart people back in office. We're getting patriots back in positions of government that are actually going to fight for the people. Democrats would like to have you believe that they are the party that represent the black people. Yeah, the slavery side of black people is what Democrats defend. But let's be clear. A white man has been elected to keep the black men down. And all these black women and black men that can come in there and do a good job are being rejected because they're conservatives, because they actually believe in God and they believe that this country is a free country and that they should fight and protect it. Democrats believe that our enemies should be served first before our military, before our service people. Democrats, for some reason, believe that globalism is better than local economy. I agree. We want to trade globally. That's fantastic. But it has to be fair. We are not going to be bottom feeders. Do you understand? We need to be on top of everything. Because this is the only country that is half decent enough, that has enough good enough people to not be oppressors of the world. People talk bad about President Trump and the administration. You selfish people. You just don't understand how things work. You remind me of those people that barely have any money to buy food, but yet you gotta have the latest iPhone. You haven't been able to pay your electricity bill, and yet you need a new MacBook. And not for school either. You can afford to put gas in the car, but you go and spend $500 on a pair of tennis shoes. Stupidity of the people that do that. Tighten up your belt. Right now, we're on hard times. We are trying to destroy this terrorist regime. Whatever it takes. But we have people in Congress, in the Senate. What the hell are they doing? It's like they're not fighting our enemies. They're fighting us. That's a big problem. If you don't see the problem, I don't know what to tell you. All I know is I do not like the Ayatollah. I don't support their Sharia law. I don't support their pedophiles. I don't support their marrying underage girls. And I'm not talking 16, 15 years old. I'm talking about prepubescence. Because that's what Sharia law dictates to do. How can Democrats allow rapists to go out free? How can Democrats support our innocent women and children being victims of these horrible people and they go free? How can Democrats keep releasing criminals into our communities? How can you or anyone vote for Democrats today? People say, oh, Kamala Harris would have been better as president. Let me remind you who the border czar was. Kamala Harris. And we got millions of illegal immigrants coming into our country. And you wanted to vote that piece of garbage into office. Today will be who knows how many millions of illegal immigrants. Who knows how less of American citizens' lives will be worth today because of that stupidity of a woman. I am glad that God is in control. I pray to God that this country gets a grip of reality. All these illegal immigrants that come into conservative chats, who cares what they say? Let me tell you what they defend. As a matter of fact, the next clip that I'm going to show you shows exactly who this dumb-ass libtards support and keep voting in office. This is what you should be ashamed of. What I'm about to show you is really what you should be ashamed of. You cannot please everybody, but I will settle for someone who is fighting to represent the United States of America throughout the world. And let me tell you something. President Xi and all his generals were not laughing at Trump when he walked by like they did with Biden and gave them that smirk like, look at this loser. Their faces told thousands of words. But President Trump, they were even bowing to him. Bow down to Trump. It's a sign of respect. I bow to people. I said, thank you so much. I do. It's a sign of respect. But I don't bend the knee as I do for my God, the only true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the one who sent his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, to come and die on the sins for our sins. Not just yours, but mine as well. And we are now able to fight. Before you can fight to be the best person ever, you're still going to hell. But now you have an option. You have a branch that you can grab onto. Jesus Christ is the only truth, the only life, and the only way to the Father. And I'm grateful for that. Now, with everything that I've said, remember what I told you. I asked, why would you vote for socialist Democrats today? Why would you allow foreigners to dictate what we do in our country? Why would you vote for garbage that doesn't care about their own people? Here comes a black man that hates black people. Socialist Democrat. What a retardation that was created when he was born. Check this out. My favorite, by the way. Mr. Brandon Gill is my favorite. I love this guy. I wish there was a couple of things that he could have done during his questioning of this, well, you guys judge for yourself.
Mayor Johnson, I want to start with you. One of your first actions as mayor was establishing a deputy mayor for immigrant, migrant, and refugee rights. I want to ask you a series of questions. If you could answer with a yes or no answer, that'd be great. First of all, do you support allowing illegal aliens to obtain driver's licenses? Just yes or no?
So the city of Chicago has been a welcoming city for over 40 years.
I'll take that as a yes. Next question.
And that's the policy that we will hold to.
Do you support tax dollars subsidizing or paying for the health care of illegal aliens?
I support investments in all residents of the people of Chicago, and that's what I do.
That's a yes as well. Do you support free or reduced college for illegal aliens?
Again, I support the investments of all residents of the people of Chicago.
Take that as a yes.
I love Brandon Gill. But I want you to listen to this. There is American youth that want help with college. This idiot, which by the way has destroyed the economy of Chicago, this idiot is spending your taxpaying dollars to help foreigners and not helping their actually Americans that live in this country. What a shame.
Next question. Do you support allowing non-citizens to vote in local elections?
Again, I'm not over the jurisdiction of that type of law, but again, I'm committed to investing in all residents of the people
I'll
of Chicago.
take that as a yes. I've got an article from the Chicago Sun-Times, and I'll quote here briefly. Johnson proposed, among other things, that all residents, regardless of citizenship status, be able to vote for Chicago Board of Education members. Next question. Your website states, and this is your campaign website, quote, "I will not stop fighting until abortion access is completely secure for people all over the country," end quote. Yes or no, do you support taxpayer-funded abortions for illegal aliens?
I support the reproductive rights of all people, all women.
That is a yes as well. Your mayoral transition website mentioned support for creating a Chicago Board of Education non-citizen advisory board. Again, yes or no, do you support appointing non-citizens to government advisory boards?
I was invited here today to discuss welcoming cities.
Yes or no?
I was invited here to discuss welcoming cities.
This is a yes or no
If you're
question.
interested in asking me
You're not
questions
gonna
about the...
Did you understand that the answer is yes? They are allowing illegal immigrants to be in city councils. Let's not forget an actual illegal immigrant, that Asian lady, became an actual mayor. How is that even allowed? It's just beyond me. And this is the one thing that I'm actually a little disappointed with the Trump administration, is how they allow for this to continue to happen when we know is a breaking of the law. I know, I'm very impatient, just as you are. But I still hope that these people, I can't wait to see them on an orange suit.
welcoming
I'll
city,
take that as a
I'm
yes.
happy to
We're gonna
answer
move
those
on.
questions.
No, we're going to move on. As you know, President Trump, unlike the previous administration, has taken serious action to bring foreign criminal gangs to justice, to take our border back, and to restore public safety in our communities. He designated 8 transnational criminal organizations and cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. These are groups like Tren de Aragua, MS-13, Sinaloa, other of some of the most grotesque and ruthless and brutal organizations in the world. You, as mayor of a sanctuary city, have been virtually giving favors to illegal aliens. Apparently, you support an enormous amount of taxpayer resources going to them as well. But you yourself have also received a lot of gifts. And for those of you who don't know, Mayor Johnson has a secret gift room that is not given access to the public or for access to the Office of Inspector General. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about that. Do you know everyone who's given you a gift since you became mayor?
The city of Chicago has had a policy for 40
a
years
yes or no question.
where there are individuals that would like to
take-
give
no,
gifts to
I'm
the city of
reclaiming my
Chicago.
time. I'm going to take that as
and
a
we do
no.
not accept those
When
gifts.
did you
We
become
receive
mayor?
them on
No, I'm
behalf
going to reclaim my
of
time
the city
here.
of Chicago.
You're not going to filibuster here. When did you become mayor?
I was elected mayor of the city of Chicago in April of 2023, and I was sworn in May
That's good. On
15th
June
of
12th
2023.
On June 12th, 2023, you received Hugo Boss cufflinks and a personalized Mont Blanc pin. Do you know who gave you those?
So I did not receive those personally. The city of Chicago
You received those
them,
on behalf
and
of the
that's
city of
right, on behalf of
Chicago.
the city of Chicago,
I
every
understand
mayor
the difference.
in the
Do you know
history
who-
of Chicago who has
Do you know who
provided
gave those
gifts
to the city of Chicago? Do you know who gave those to the city of Chicago?
So again, on behalf of the city of Chicago, there are
It's a yes
gifts
or no
that are
question.
received,
Do
but I
you?
do not
Do you-
accept. Those are not
So you
my
don't-
personal
so
gifts.
you don't know.
Those are the gifts of the city of
On March
Chicago,
18th,
and that's why you are aware
2024,
that they exist, because they are
reclaim
within the
my
law.
time here, sir. On March 18th, 2024, you received a Gucci tote bag. Do you know who gave you that? Gave the city of Chicago that?
Again, I was here and I was invited
I'll also
to
take that as
respond
no.
to the
On March
questions
19th,
around
2024,
welcoming
the
city, and I'm
city of
happy to answer
Chicago
any of those
received
questions.
A Givenchy bag, a Kate Spade purse, and Carucci shoes. Do you know who gave the city of Chicago those?
Again, I was brought.
I'll
I
take
brought
that
my
as a no.
energy
I'm
here
reclaiming my
to
time
respond
here, sir. I am
on behalf
reclaiming
of the
my
city of
time.
Chicago of what a welcoming
raises
city
serious
ordinance
ethical
is.
concerns. You're providing an enormous amount of aid to illegal aliens, aiding and abetting criminals who have come into our country illegally. And you yourself are receiving an enormous amount of gifts, and you won't even tell us who they're coming from. That
Chairman,
raises
time is up.
serious ethical
We have
concerns.
a 5-minute rule.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask.
Well, are you still wondering why I asked the question? Why do people still vote for garbage? It is a proven record. This is not me just hating this guy because he's black. I don't give a shit about the color of his skin. He has a proven record. The guy is not even smart. He's very low IQ. How can people vote for that? It is beyond me. It is beyond me. Now, I get it. You know, some black people, they will vote for somebody because they're black. But let's be honest. That doesn't mean that they're going to fight for you. Remember Black Lives Matter? Yeah, they haven't done shit for the black community. Oh, but the creators, but the leaders of that group, millions, they don't care. And let's be honest, the only people that care about black people is white people. White people are the only ones that give a damn about you. Now, I can tell you this. Byron Donalds, man, in Florida. Love this guy. You know, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you something here. And I hope that you guys can understand. I know my patriots. I know those who know me already, those who support me. You know that I'm telling the truth. But you notice how I don't just say nice things about President Trump. I say nice things about Mr. Speaker Johnson. Love that guy. Love Senator Kennedy. Love Senator Fetterman. Doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republicans. If they're doing something for our country, I love them. Mullen, I love that guy. I can tell you, I'm fully confident on Dwayne "The Rock" Mullen. Love that guy. I love DeSantis. Now, DeSantis was maybe he wasn't president material, but doggone it, he's a great governor. There is a lot of people out there that I just love, but it's not because they're Republicans or because they are Democrats. I love them because they care about this country. I want to send a message. I want to send a message to all of those foreigners who come into this country legally. If you came here illegally and now you got papers, let me tell you something. You cheated the system. I'll forgive you. But now you're here. It's time for you to do your part. Even though you came here illegally, now you have to do the right thing. And don't worry about them calling you a coconut. Don't worry about them telling you that you're a traitor, you betrayed your people. No. You look out for the benefit and the, what's the bienestar? And what is that word in English? You look for the better future of this country because your children will inherit this country. I will say this. I support immigration laws because they are meant to bring the best people into this country. I support immigration law because it keeps this country safer from those criminals that want to come in here and hurt the people, because all they care about is making their money. They don't care who dies, who suffers. They just want their money. So I support legal immigration. I support immigration law. And if you're a foreigner and you want to be in this country, well, don't you want to be part of a country that is still protecting its people? Remember, if you protect its people, you will be protected as well when you become this people. Martin Luther King delivered a message sort of like this: don't hate those who you are fighting against. Do not make something irreparable, for one day you will live with them as equal. My words, but the message still resonates. And I think the message is still legit. If you agree with me on that, would you give this video a like? Appreciate that. I don't believe we shouldn't have dual citizenship, and the reason for that is because way too many people abuse it, meaning that they are still loyal to the country where they come from, and if they are hateful towards the country where they live, which is the United States of America. I don't claim dual citizenship. I'm American, period. The only reason why I'm a Honduran American is because I was born in Honduras. But now I'm a United States citizen. With that being said, I said that I wanted to share a tweet from our POTUS. This is the dilemma. This is the things that we have to deal with. Thank you for subscribing, guys. President Donald Trump tweets, or X posts, shockingly, Republicans have kept the very important position of parliamentarian in the hands of a woman, Elizabeth McDonnell, who was appointed long ago by Barack Hussein Obama in a vicious lunatic known as Senator Harry Reid, who ran the Senate for the Democrats with an iron fist. Over the years, she has been brutal to Republicans, but not so to the Democrats. So why has she not been replaced? There are many fair people who would be qualified for that vital job. The Republicans play a very soft game compared to the dumb rats. It is their single biggest disadvantage in politics. The Democrats cheat, lie, and steal, especially when it comes to votes in elections. But they stick together. Whereas the Republicans allow the Elizabeth McDonnells of the world to stay in power and brutalize us. We need the Save America Act now. It has to pass now, and likewise, kill the filibuster, which will give us everything. If we don't pass at least one of these two provisions quickly, you will never see another Republican president again. The Democrats will end up with 2 additional states, D.C. and Puerto Rico. And all that entails, including 4 senators, many congressmen, and many additional electoral votes. And they will also get their dream of packed United States Supreme Court with their most favorite number, 21 justices. Which, of course, we just heard Hirono from Hawaii talking about the decision from the Supreme Court doesn't mean anything to her. Just because the Supreme Court said that Trump was right, it doesn't mean that she agrees to it. You see the hypocrisy on this? So they want to pack the court, the Supreme Court, so that they can get away with any lie that they make up to the people. Unbelievable. The Democrats will eliminate the filibuster on the first day that they get an opportunity to do so. The Republicans aren't doing it because they say the Democrats will never do it, but the Republicans are wrong. Get smart and tough, Republicans, or you all be looking for a job sooner than you thought possible. President Donald J. Trump. The man is not wrong. The man is not wrong. And the Democrats know this. And that's why they take advantage of us. I am glad Massey's gone. Now let me, you know what, why don't we listen to, let me see, CNN actually was talking about this. Let me see, where's CNN? I'll get there. Oh, man, I watch so many news and reports. Where is CNN? What happened? I'm trying to play something for you. Hold on. No. Wow. Man, time flies, man. I watch so many things. Let me see. Maybe it's this one. Hold on. Let's see if it's this one right here.
Harry, I mean, obviously, when the president said today that he was about to endorse in Texas, everyone was waiting to see if it would really happen. And then came the Truth Social post.
Yeah, it really happened. It really happened. And I can't think of an endorsement in Republican politics that has ever been as important as Donald John Trump's endorsement. And you see it in Texas. You saw, obviously, in Kentucky earlier tonight. You saw it in Louisiana over the weekend. And you see it in the Texas polling as well. Because just take a look here. Impact of Trump's endorsement, Texas Senate, among Republicans. Look at what you see here. 55% of Republicans say that you would be more likely to vote for the candidate Donald Trump endorses. You see 36% say no impact. Look at this, though. Just 9% say less likely to vote for the candidate that Trump endorses. But overall here, it's just very clear. If you get Trump's endorsement.
You like polls? There you go. If you get Trump's endorsement, you are more likely to win. It's very unfortunate that he won't be in office. Hey. Very unfortunate that he won't be in office if I do run for governor here in 2028. Or maybe he still will. We'll see.
As Ken Paxton has, then all of a sudden what we should expect to see is Republican voters lining up behind Ken Paxton, which of course is what we've seen in basically every single other contest, including obviously in Kentucky earlier this evening.
But with Lisa Murkowski's comment there, she said, how does it help the president if we ended up losing Texas? It's because there's a real question about how Ken Paxton would fare against James Tallarico, the Democrat, come November.
Yeah, okay. So I think it's so important to note that you have one world, one galaxy in which you have the Republican primary electorate, and then you have a completely other galaxy, which is the general electorate. And the polling here really tells the story, right? Because even before the endorsement, what you essentially saw here was a very close race, but one in which Ken Paxton was actually favored to win in the runoff over John Cornyn, obviously the incumbent. Paxton was ahead 48% to 45%. Based upon slide number 1, of course, I expect that Paxton's lead is going to climb ever higher. So you see these numbers right here, but then look towards the general election because it is a completely different world. Because you can see it right here. Okay, choice for Texas Senate. You got Tallarico here at 44%. And then look at here, Ken Paxton, a Republican in Texas. The best he can do at this point is averaging 40% of the vote. I mean, I was looking at all the polling I could find. This is the best that a Democrat for Senate has been polling since like 2002. That is a very long time ago. When you have to go all the way back since I was in middle school, you know that the Democrat in this particular case is polling well in Texas.
Harry Enton, that's why we keep you around, so we can go back to your middle school years.
I know.
Thank you, Harry, for those numbers.
Well, it was the most expensive House primary in U.S. history, and the president made it a priority to get rid of Thomas Massie, and he succeeded because Massie had, frankly, become an opponent of the president inside of the party, and you just can't do that. You know, Massie used to, reliably vote with the Republicans. That number had been falling over time. This is one of the most conservative districts in the country. It's certainly a conservative area of Kentucky. They gave Donald Trump a massive victory in 2024. And they expect the Republican congressman who represents them to be part of the team. The two big issues in the race that were in most of the advertising had to do with tax cuts and immigration. And Massie was against Trump on both of his big border security and tax cut bills. And so they said, look, we can get a Republican congressman that'll be part of the team and support the president. That campaign worked. I just want to also add one other thing. Thomas Massie tonight in his concession speech said something despicable, anti-Semitic, nasty, gutter politics, right at the end. What a way to go out. He said, I would have called Ed Galrine, but I had to find him in Tel Aviv. There was an undercurrent of anti-Semitism in this race on the Massie side. There's been an undercurrent of it in his career, unfortunately, and it really came out in an ugly way tonight. And I think it needs to be stated, acknowledged, and condemned. Because it was pretty despicable.
All right, so that's the perspective from the district in which you also vote and live, and have been watching all this. Tara, I am curious from you. Can Republicans not go against the president anymore? I mean, is that where we're at? Clearly.
Let's be clear before we continue on here. Now, I want you to look at how low IQ these Democrats are, and it happened to be a black woman here about to talk, but they really truly believe that they are right. Let me remind you, okay, that all of the things that President Trump and administration has been trying to put forth has always been for America first. Now, people always want to be anti-Semitic and get Israel out of here. Shut the hell up. Nobody is fighting in the Middle East for us except for Israel. So let your anti-Semitic problems rest for a little bit and shut up. Israel is our friend. He's our ally. And I am in support of Israel 100%. With that being said, I can tell you that that if you're supporting the terrorist regime, you are not American. You are anti-American. With that being said, let's remember that Massie voted against the one big beautiful bill. That one big beautiful bill is what gave retired seniors extra money in their pocket this year. They got to make a deduction from $6,000 to $12,000. No taxes on Social Security, no taxes on tips, and no taxes on overtime. And you got a big rebate if you are in the process of paying off a car made in America. With that being said, the big beautiful bill also kicked off millions of illegal immigrants off of health care, of subsidizing health care. Massie voted against this. This is an anti-American vote. Only the Democrats are known to be anti-American. And that's why we have what we call rhinos on the Republican Party. We have an agenda. We need our representatives to stick with the president that we elected. This is the only thing that I am going to agree with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes believes that Republican politicians should be punished. I agree. But this is the difference. Nick Fuentes wants all of Republicans to be punished, but in the way that he thinks, all of us will be punished with them. But the way that I think, the way you punish these rhinos is by voting them out and replacing them with somebody else. Republicans, by the way, of course, if you didn't know. You got to go up to the voting booth put your vote in to replace them and look at their picture and said, you're fired. That's what Republicans got to do. Punish those who don't align with our agenda. Every single Democrat supports illegal immigrants getting benefits, whether you like it or not. It is irrelevant. And people can come in here and say, liar, liar. You can say all you want, but every single freaking Democrat has said yes. I just showed you a video of the mayor of Chicago. He said yes to giving licenses to illegal immigrants. He said yes to put American lives last and other undeserving people first before you, the American people. So let me ask you, if you're a Democrat still, why are you voting for these people? Why? Listen to the way that she talks here. I wish that they would just see it differently or say it differently. But it's very obvious that it's just a hate for Trump, period. So I'll just say this. If you truly are an American and you truly love this country, you will not be voting for Democrats right now. I will tell you that right now. You would not be voting for Democrats. Listen, I am sick and tired of hearing that if I don't vote for Democrats, I'm not Hispanic. If I don't vote for Democrats, I am black. How long are we going to continue to listen to their BS before you wake up? I know I did. She's still on the plantation on the left. She's still on the plantation.
The Republican Party has become a party of pedophile protectors. America is watching, okay?
But it's the Democrats that stand against Christians and support Muslims who actually have a Sharia law, an actual law that allows pedophiles. Do you see what's happening here?
I don't agree with Thomas Massie on a lot of things, but, you know, he did the right.
The only thing that she agreed with Massie is because she went against Trump. She didn't agree with Massie when he was with Trump. The fact is, it doesn't take a lot of things to actually get rid of somebody for betrayal. You can do 99% of the things right, but if you do that 1% that becomes catastrophic for our nation, that is huge, and no friendship should really stop that.
Stepping up on the Epstein issue and took the side of the survivors. And his cardinal sin against Donald Trump was the fact that he pushed to have the Epstein files transparently opened up. And that was what upset Donald Trump. Trump wasn't after him because of any of the anti-Semitic things he said. I mean, that would have been nice, but he didn't care about that. He doesn't care about any of that. He was upset with Thomas Massie because Thomas Massie decided to put his whole career on the line for the Epstein survivors. And this is what the result has been. Now, I think that there are a lot of members of Congress who are looking at what's happening with this president, what a disastrous presidency this has been thus far. They're looking at his tanking poll numbers. They're looking at his priorities being all over the place, everywhere but where they should be in a midterm election. But they're too scared to stand up and say, no, enough is enough. Because they're looking at what happened to Massie. They're looking at what happened to Cassidy. But you know what? Some things are bigger than your elected office. Where the hell is the integrity of these people in the Republican Party to stand up and do what's right, not only for the country, but for their own constituents? So, Massie is another casualty of the retribution tour. But I think people need to understand that the reason why Donald Trump went after him was because he was not subservient to him on the Epstein files. And that is a problem because America will remember who protected predators.
Can we just...
So he didn't just wanted to bring the Epstein files. That's not the only reason. Let me remind you that he voted nay to keep violent offenders off our streets, the Act of 2025. He also voted nay on the motion to recommit Monetary Accountability Act. It's not just that he is voting, for the Epstein files. That's what they will like you to believe. We don't give a shit about the Epstein files. And I wish that if it was so true that they were not trying to protect pedophiles, I wish that they would join us to get this Islamic terrorist out of our country, out of Congress. But they don't. They support them. They actually have a law that allows pedophilia. Maybe if Trump converts to Islam, they will leave him alone. That way he can say, oh, hey, it's my religious law. Shut up. Stupidity. The stupidity of people, that just, it gets on my nerves. I don't have patience for stupidity. He also voted no on the motion to recommit farm, food, and national security. He voted no on the amendment. He voted no on the big, beautiful bill, as I told you. He voted no for the IRS Whistleblower Program Improvement Act. Epstein files, they say. He voted nay on the Fire Act. He voted nay on Reliable Federal Infrastructure Act. Nay on emergency reporting. Expediting federal broadband deployment reviews. That can be neither here or there. Providing for consideration of the bill to amend FISA Amendments Act of 2008 to extend the authorities to Title VII of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I think that's a good thing. He should have said yes. As a Republican, this is what we expect. We expect everything in our agenda to be voted yes by every single Republican that we have put in office. That is what we expect. If we don't want that, then we vote Democrat and let them do whatever the hell they're going to do. Well, we allow them with Obama. We allow them with the digital pen. With Joe Biden. We allow them. And, well, I think they cheated anyway, but still. We have allowed them to do that. So, yes, I expect every single Republican to say yes, sir, to everything Trump says. We voted for him to do his job. You don't vote for a president if you don't trust him. If you make a vote for the president, you live with it. Otherwise, you don't have any room to judge. You can't just say, he promised that he was going to stop Russia-Ukraine war. Do you even give a shit about that? You don't. You don't give a shit about that, but you throw that in his face because that's the only thing that you can throw in his face. You don't care about American citizens from January 6th. You don't care about an innocent woman being shot in the face by a corrupt police guy. What a coward, by the way. Seriously. An innocent, fragile, and that-looking woman. And the guy shoots her in the face. She didn't come in there with no car, with no gun, not even a bat, nothing. She's just trying to get inside the building. She wasn't burning anything. She was no threat. But that's who the police officer thought should go first. There's a lot of injustices that I believe that President Trump and the administration are going to make right. And I'm going to tell you something. I believe that the government needs to be weaponized against criminals. And that includes Congress. That includes the Senate. That includes every politician. And before you go in and you throw in a little Trump as well and the administration, let me remind you that the Democrats have been doing the last 9 years has been investigating, even illegally, have been investigating Republicans. So I don't want to hear jack squat. What I do want to hear is I want to hear that we are going to give Soros to Vladimir Putin from Russia. Yes, I think that we should roll out the red carpet and allow Putin to come in and extract the garbage that we call Soros, him, the old cadaver, and also his fruits. Take all this garbage out of our country. With that being said, let's go ahead and allow this video to finish.
Just do a little bit of fact checking on the Epstein issue. Did every member of the House Republican Conference, except for one, vote to release the Epstein files, yes or no?
Because there was a discharge
No,
petition where
yes.
they had to.
The answer is yes. Did Donald Trump sign it into law, yes or no?
Because he knew that he was
Yes.
going to lose the discharge
So
petition.
just
So
for the
be honest
record,
about that, Scott.
the Republicans voted to release it. Donald Trump signed
Because
it. Now,
there was a discharge petition. They were forced to put it on the floor, Scott. They weren't, come on. If they were open to doing it, then they would not have had to go through a discharge petition.
I know you're trying to rearrange.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
here.
the facts.
But the
Mike
facts are
Johnson
the
said it was
Republicans passed
unfortunate
it
when it
and Trump
happened.
signed.
Let me tell you the facts. I know. I said I was going to let it finish. But she gets on my nerves. Let me tell you the facts. The facts are that everything that President Trump does, Democrats always, what do you call it? Villainize them. I think that's the word, right? Democrats always villainize. It doesn't matter what he does. Anything President Trump does is villainized by Democrats. It is a fact. It is a fact that everything that Trump stands when it comes to America, Democrats have fought. They have dishonored our military because Trump defends our military. They have put us last as Americans because Trump supports Americans first. You know what I'm saying? Here is the thing that I see happening. President Trump has, of course, could have released the files himself, unredacted, etc. Whether he's protecting somebody or not, it's not himself, by the way, just sorry to disappoint the leftists, but whether he's protecting somebody or not is irrelevant. The fact is that the moment that something goes wrong with those files, they are going to blame President Trump. So what does he do? He forces Congress and the Senate. He forces everybody to want these files released. He forces everybody to sign. And let's not forget what happened at the hearing. They are still, today, trying to blame Pat Bundy for some mistakes that have been unredacted and some that should have been, that didn't get unredacted. I said it many times before. If you're going to want documents to be unredacted, it needs to be fully unredacted. And if the victims want to be part of it, then their names need to be unredacted as well. Don't tell me that they are courageous witnesses about going out there and talking shit about the administration, but at the same time, they don't want their names mentioned. Isn't it worse to actually have a video, a picture of yourself, than just giving your name out to people? If you're so courageous, then you should allow for everything to be unredacted. And then go ahead and take a look at the Epstein files. This bullshit of protecting the innocent, we're beyond that. The files should be released completely, unredacted, 100%, period. But Democrats will still come back and say, oh, you see that? President Trump, oh, they unredacted everything. Oh, my God, we knew. Shut the hell up. You dumb-ass pussies on the left are the ones that keep telling us to do something, and when we do it, you blame us for doing it in the first place, when you really actually wanted us to do it, only to make us look bad for it. You guys are retarded on the left. Come on. Prove me wrong. Stop voting for Democrats.
Scott, the White House brought in Lauren Boebert to the Situation Room and put all sorts of pressure on her to not vote for the discharge petition. And now Trump is going against Lauren Boebert. I mean, this Epstein thing is something that he has seen as a litmus test. And so, yeah, I mean, you can argue whatever you want.
My point is, every
but
Republican voted for. Are you saying every Republican will now be primary?
Why did they need a discharge petition to do it? You know that they.
You see that? You see how they try to switch it? They try to shift it. First, they said every Republican is dirty. That's why I love Scott Jennings. They said every Republican is dirty. You see how they make that lie? No. Most of the Republicans signed to release those files, and they say only because they were shut up. The fact is that they signed it. They could have not signed it. So the point is stop saying that Republicans are the problem. That's not the problem. I think Democrats are the problem.
Voted for it because there were a few Republicans, including Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, who had the cojones, the courage to go against Trump. And
they had the courage in the last 2 years. He never cared about this until Trump took office. So
no, but listen,
let's be very clear about the timing.
The people who voted for Donald Trump cared about this.
That's right.
Part of the MAGA agenda, part of the what happened during the election is that people cared about the Epstein files.
You raised a good question about the people who voted for Trump. As a voter in this district, let me stand up for my people. These people voted for Donald Trump. They also voted for Massey on the expectation that he would help Donald Trump enact his agenda. He stopped doing that, and it's pretty simple. They decided to get a congressman who will help him enact that agenda. It's easy to overanalyze this. The bottom line is they love Trump. They love his agenda. Tax cuts, border security, you name it. Massey got off that team, and they wanted to put someone on the team who would help the president. It's pretty simple.
So, I do want to ask you something. Yeah. With these two people, Cassidy and now Massey, could Donald Trump be facing a problem when they come back, because they're not going to be out of their office right away? What do you see happening once they're back in Congress? Now they know they're not back. They're losing their seat. Do you see them deciding, okay, you know what? I mean, Cassidy just voted to limit Trump's power.
Yeah, Cassidy just came and voted for the War Powers Resolution, right? Mm-hmm. So now he's free to do that. And from somebody who actually was part of the retribution for one of the first in 2019, right, in 2021, I can tell you right now that Trump does own the party. I used to make fun of it, saying, this is a Mississippi leghound party. Everybody's trying their best, right, to cozy up to Trump as quickly as possible. And I was pretty sure, right, that wasn't going to keep happening, but it does. I was looking at Lindsey Graham, and I don't know if there's anybody who could be more sort of subservient to what's happening right now. But the thing is, regardless, if that's what they're doing, right, everybody trying to get favor Trump, that's exactly what it is. Also with Ed Gallrein, we were talking about Massey, 14 years. I served with Massey, and Massey had some bizarre behaviors. Okay, so let's just be honest. And he had some belief systems like the Fedsurrection, right? Some of the things like that are absolutely insane. But Ed Gallrein really didn't run much of a campaign. It was more of what the Republicans would call a Biden campaign, where he's stuck in the basement, right? This was just $32 million of pure, absolute bully ball, right, that Trump and AIPAC and those guys actually did to go after this guy. But I think this is actually a bad thing for the Republican Party, because right now with the polling and what you're seeing with Trump right now, I think we're beyond political analysis. I think we're now into a diagnosis of tertiary failure with the Republican Party based on polling and what's happening right now.
Lydia, the party at the primaries, of course, are not the general. Are you worried that this could backfire? Because if you look at Trump's polling numbers, they don't look good. And each of these people were backed by Trump, although the party has consistently put in those people who he has put up against the incumbents.
Yeah, look, I mean, the fact that somebody like Massey lost so overwhelmingly would suggest that Republicans are still very aligned with Trump's agenda.
Boom. Facts. That's how you drop the bomb. That's how you drop the bomb, with facts. You see that? You see that? You see what I'm talking about? Man, you see what I'm talking about? Man, I love these women that have brains.
The reason that Cornyn is in this position, the reason Massey was in this position, is they weren't really aligned with the MAGA agenda. And so to your point earlier, too, of, is Trump going to face headwinds with his agenda now that people don't want to vote against him? The reason that Massey and Cornyn are in a tough spot in the first place is because they weren't voting with Trump's agenda. And that's what Republican voters want to be seeing.
Cornyn voted with Trump 99% of the time.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. It's not surprising that somebody who voted to impeach, it's not surprising.
Because he was against Trump 1% of the time. Right. He is the guy that has got to face the music when it comes to Trump. So you
Yeah, that 1% flip, that 1% flip gave the tyranny of the Democrats win favor. So yes, that 1%, get the hell out. That's simple. That's what I'm going to go with that. But I really love that she pointed out the obvious. I think, you know what, Knife, 9161, I think I'm going to permanently ban you. There has never been one comment that you come in here that is true. You like to promote your little propaganda of misinformation with your leftist retards. And you don't want to see the truth. You have been in my channel long enough to understand that. I allow you to call in, and you F that up. So you don't no longer have the right to comment on my channel. As a matter of fact, you're gone. Okay? I can't stand stupidity. Have I made that statement before? I like the fact that she pointed out the obvious. What I said was that we are putting in Republicans in office. Listen to this. What is the purpose of our vote? The purpose of our vote is to make sure that we get our agenda put forth. So what do? We vote for the governors. We vote for the senators. We vote for the representatives. We vote for the president. We have an agenda to fulfill. And if we're going to have rhinos, then just go be a Democrat. Stop joining the Republican Party if you are going to go against our president, who is also a Republican. Why is it so hard to understand? Why is it so hard to understand for people? You want a democracy. That is a democracy. We vote to win, to have the majority, to have our agenda go through. Win or lose is our agenda. And we want to see it through. I'm not making shit up. I'm not lying to you. I'm giving you facts. Facts, she says. The facts are that people voted Massey out. People voted him out because Trump supported him. What does that tell you? That tells me that the people who put President Trump in office are legit American citizens who are going to get rid of the garbage and punish those Republicans who don't do their job. You know who I want out of their position as well? Rand Paul. He's got to go. I used to like Rand Paul. He used to have common sense. I don't know what the hell happened. He used to have common sense, and he's become a puppet of the Democrats. I guarantee you, if I turn my back on President Trump right now, every retard is going to praise me for as long as I serve their purpose. But I don't give a shit about being praised. I don't care if people like me or don't like me. I stand for the truth, period. Uncompromised. Cannot be bought. Cannot be controlled. I don't like bullshit. Thune's got to go as well. That's right. There's quite a few rhinos out there that I'm very disappointed with. Don Ria, there you go. I don't want to be pressed by Trump. I don't care. I want to stay free. And I want to live in a country where American citizens are put first. This is why I voted for Trump. This is why I decided to become an American citizen. Just for the simple fact that I can vote for Trump. Truth hurts. Absolutely. See, that's the difference between me and you libtards. I don't do something because I get something back in return. I do something because I love. And I love this country. I love the people that stand for this country. I love those who follow the law. I'm not saying that we're perfect. I catch you speeding sometimes. I'll be right behind you. But where it matters, I love this country, period. That's all that matters to me. This is the country for the future of my children. So yes, I am going to tell the truth, even if I don't get a praise from Trump. It doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, if I served in the military, I wouldn't do it so that you think I look good in the uniform. I'll just do it for my country. There is plenty of patriots out there that serve this country and never get even a one thank you from the people. But they do it to serve this country, and that's what I want. Let me tell you something. Back when I was in my 20s, about 3 decades ago, I joined an organization called World Vision. And we went to this very small village. You cannot get there by car because Hurricane Mitch was very destructive in Honduras. But I remember we walked on that mud. We got a helicopter ride. We had a warehouse with tons and tons of food and supplies to help the people that had suffered from the tragedy of the hurricane. And I will never forget, in my early 20s, the feeling that I got when I gave these people that were in need a care package with hygiene supplies, some food, some clothing. And I remember this one-tooth old lady smiling, laughing, joyful. Nobody here in the States says, hey, Dennis, good job, buddy. Nobody in Honduras says, hey, Dennis, good job. Way to help the Honduran people. Way to help the people in need. Nobody said that. But inside my heart, I was melting of joy and happiness. And with tearful eyes, I looked at these people in need, and the satisfaction, the love that overcame my heart was the best reward, the best feeling I have ever experienced in my life. And those people didn't even have to tell me thank you. I was very rewarded. I was very satisfied. And I can tell you something. If I can go down in history, in the history of the great United States of America, and nobody noticed, nobody said anything, but I would know, God would know, and what I keep in private, God will reward me for it. All I want is to be able to please God. And it feels so good to help people. It does. That is all the things, that is all the reward that I'm looking for. I am a very selfish man because helping people makes me feel good. I do it for myself. I'm so selfish, I forgive people so that I can receive forgiveness. I give because giving is how I received. It is a biblical commandment that I have to follow. If I want to receive, I got to give. And that's just a fantastic way to live life. So I hope that you have learned those who are God's people will know what I'm talking about. And they will agree with me in what I say, because they too have the Holy Spirit in their life. See, those who belong to God, those who have the same faith, understand others who think alike. I can see a criminal and I don't want to hang out with them because I can see the criminality in them. I can see the rebelliousness. I can see the pain and horror that they cause to others. So I don't want to be part of them. I don't need them to be friends with me. I will pray for them and hope that they change their ways. But that's it. I don't want them to be part of my family if they are sinful that way. I pray that God gives us good leaders. I pray that God make this war end as quickly as possible. We need to learn a lesson. Do you want to know why we are in this war? Do you want to know why our children are suffering today? Do you want to know why our country is so hated by so many? Do you want to know why, honestly? Do you want to know why the economy is not doing so great right now? One simple answer. Most Christians know already. You've turned your back on God. So there's going to be some pains. There's going to be some pains. And it's because of you. It's because of you who are godless. But the good news is that it doesn't matter how few or how huge of a Christian nation this is. What matters is that we have faith, like a grain of mustard, says the Bible. And we can tell this mountain to throw itself in the sea. The few who are with me have faith that God is in control. Don't let these negative trolls that come in here and hate on us put a sour taste in your mouth. I know it is bitter for me to hear the hate on this beautiful country that I so love. But sometimes we got to receive a message from God. And today that message is swallow that bitter swallow. But have faith that God is in control of everything. And that the United States of America is in good hands. Let's go ahead and change gears a little bit here and give our First Lady, I love Melania Trump. President Trump and the First Lady will give us some remarks at the congressional picnic. Let's see what this is about. I haven't watched this, so thank you so much for being here with me, and let's watch it together.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the White House on this beautiful evening. I have a breaking news. Today, the House passed the Fostering the Future Act. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and the House of Representatives for voting unanimously to lift America's foster children above partisan politics. Senators, we have momentum. Now it's your turn to bring the Fostering the Future Act across the finish line. Let's support our next generation and swiftly get this to the President for his signature. The White House Congressional Picnic has been cherished American tradition for a great part of our nation's 250-year history. Beyond politics, it provides an important social ritual where our nation's leaders share a moment of lightheartedness as we transition into the warm summer months. This evening's beautiful setting brings families from both sides of the political aisle together to enjoy Americana, the Marine Band's wonderful music, great food, and some friendly gaming competition. This great American social tradition reminds us that some fun and laughter with our families can bring unity, especially with our children and loved ones by our side. I have seen firsthand how much can be accomplished when Republicans and Democrats come together with a shared purpose, particularly for the betterment of our children. We experienced great bipartisan success with the Take It Down Act. I saw the spirit of American unity shine once again during my recent engagement with the House Ways and Means Committee as we began to shape legislation to protect America's foster care community. Young Americans deserve every opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed, and I believe we will continue making meaningful progress on their behalf. Make the most of this evening so that we can be impactful together with greater alignment in the future. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Good job. Good job. What a great job. I have to follow that. I hate it. I never like following our great First Lady because it makes me look not so good. I want to thank all of you for being here. It's amazing, actually. And thank you, Melania. We're truly blessed to have such a First Lady. She's been so popular. She did a movie, it became #1. She then went to streaming, it became #1. And I say there's only room, remember this, for 1 star in a family, so I better get rid of that. That's not so good. But she's been amazing, and people love her, as you can see by the results. And that was a big thing today. Congratulations on that vote. She had a bipartisan vote. I should use you for some of the things I want to try and pass. But I join Melania in congratulating the House of Representatives on passing the Fostering the Future Act, which is a big deal, and this afternoon to modernize foster care, an issue close to the First Lady's heart, and hopefully it will quickly pass in the Senate. I'm sure it will. It's great. It's a great thing. And I want to thank everybody. We have a lot of senators. We have a lot of congresspeople. And I want to thank you all. I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the White House this evening for a very special annual tradition, the Congressional Picnic. It's been going on for many years. And we're joined by many of the members of the House and the Cabinet, Senate. And I just want to say a special hello to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He's going to go down as one of the great speakers. We've done a lot together. We've done a lot. Where are you, Mike? Where are you, Mike? Hi, Mike. There he is. He's a great guy, actually, and he's worked so hard. I want to thank also John Thune, who's worked so hard, and he's been really, he's a terrific person. He really is a terrific person. And we have a lot of things to pass, but one of the things we did pass was a great, big, beautiful bill, and that covered a lot of territory. I want to tell you, we said, let's do it all in one time, and it was 4 years worth in one bill. Everyone said that couldn't be done, and I want to congratulate and thank the Senate, House for the unbelievable job. And while there are too many members in the House and Senate, I see half of you right here, and I'd like to introduce everyone, but I want to let people enjoy themselves tonight. So, but we have so many represented. this evening, it will be something very special to remember that all of us here tonight continue a priceless tradition. This really is a great tradition. We represent the oldest and most extraordinary constitutional republic on the face of the earth, and a special privilege and a unique responsibility it is. It's really something very special. I'm standing here and I'm looking at our great American flag, and it's hard to believe, but I put that in 2 months ago, and I put one on the other side. You know, this is actually, in theory, this would be, I consider them both, we have two fronts. I've never figured out, nobody else has either, since if you think about it, 1792, nobody's figured out which is the front and which is the back of the White House. So when I'm speaking here, I say the front, and when I speak over there, I say the front. It actually has two fronts, and I put two flags up, and it's a great pole, and it's a beautiful flag, and it's amazing that it wasn't up before. We have another flag slightly smaller on the top of the White House, but it's a little bit on the smaller side. But everybody loves that pole. It's a beauty, and it represents so much. And I want to thank the company that put it up. They're the best. I think they make the best. It's hard to believe. I have so many different developments all over the world. I always like putting the flag up, and I know a lot about flagpoles, and that's the best flagpole there is, okay? So congratulations. We have two of them. We got actually two for the price of one. We negotiated a tough deal. But finally we have a really representative flagpole and flag up in front of our White House, so that's good. I also want to recognize the incredible congressional spouses, families, and children who make enormous sacrifices so that their loved ones can serve, so that their loved ones can get beat up by the fake news, so that their loved ones can also beat up the enemy. And they do that. They do. They're warriors. It's not easy, and I want to give them, the spouses, a very special hand today. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. Thank you. You put up with a lot. It's not easy. But on the eve of the 250th year, there's so much for our country to celebrate regarding the party. We have a party that's really at a point that I don't think we've ever been at. And America's thriving, America's winning, and America's respected, perhaps like it has never been respected before. If you go back 2 years, we were not respected. We were a dead country. I'll tell you what, we were a dead country. And today we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. And I don't know if you saw the numbers today, but the stock market's at an all-time high. We had 67 all-time highs, so we've been here for a little bit more than a year now, and we had 67 all-time highs. And I want to say that in our first term, we finished the term out, despite COVID and all the other things, we had really an amazing period of time, and we finished at the highest point in the history of the stock market. And now we're blowing it away. We're blowing everything away, and we're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. They're tired of this. Should have happened for 47 years. Somebody should have done something about it, and it's going to happen, and it's going to happen fast. And you're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down. There's so much oil out there. They're going to come plummeting down. But even with that, the stock market's at an all-time high. Jobless claims recently hit the lowest level since 1969, the best numbers since 1969, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that, and we have a war. We have something happening that we just hit, it's very interesting, 2.5 months ago, we hit the best numbers that we've ever hit as a country. Jobs, the best. Everything was the best. Stock market, the highest. And I called my people in. I called them in. I said, congratulations, everybody, but we're going to have to make a little journey down to a place called Iran. We have to stop them. They have nuclear on their mind, and we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon. And we've done a hell of a job, and I think we're going to be finished with that very quickly, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and hopefully we're going to get it done in a very nice manner. Factory construction, as you heard today, also is up. Housing starts are up, and consumer spending is up. All things, we have an economy. People aren't seeing it yet. When we inherited when we started, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country, and we actually had, just before the war, before the energy forced other things up, but up or down, we had the best numbers. We had inflation was at 1.6% for the last 3 months just prior to the war, and now you're going to see numbers like that again. We inherited high prices, and we got the prices down, and we got them down to numbers that in some cases people have not seen before. But think of it, inflation at 1.6%. Manufacturing right now is booming. American companies are purchasing core capital goods at the highest amounts ever in the history of our country. Our previously wide open border is now the most secure border in the history of the United States of America. And last year, remember, we inherited a mess. And last year, we had the largest drop in murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. Think of that. And working alongside many of you, and you are unbelievable, the senators, the cabinet members. We have such a great cabinet, and all of the congressmen and women. You're the most incredible people. But working alongside of many of you here, we passed that. Very important. And again, remember, I went to John and I went to Mike. I went to a lot of the senators and congressmen and women, and I said, we can try and do this at one time, get 4 years worth. That's why we call it the great big beautiful bill. We can do it at one time, give it a shot, but everybody says it's impossible to get approved. Well, we got 4 years worth of goodies approved in a period of time, and at a period of time that they said would be impossible. And we're lucky we did, and it's gotten a little bit harder as time goes by. In fact, the only one that gets things approved now are Melania and her friends. She gets them approved bipartisan. I'm going to talk to her later. I'm going to say, what are you doing? But it's great. It's great stuff. But what we did do is we got something done, and we're getting a lot approved. We're getting a lot. You're going to be seeing that too. You've been watching it. Amazing. With really small majorities, we've gotten record-setting numbers approved. And when you add no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, all of the things, think of this, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, and that's just the start. A deduction, you buy a car and you get a deduction for the first time on the interest you're paying on your loan. If you're borrowing money, you take out a loan, you get a deduction. It's never happened before. We have so many different things. One other thing I have to say, because it's affected so many people, estate taxes or the death tax. You love your children. You want to pass on your estate to your children. Well, in the old days, meaning not so long ago, your children would have to go out and borrow tremendous amounts of money to go and take care of the farm or the small business, whatever it may be. But it especially affected those in small business, but more than anything, farmers. And they'd go out. The children would go out, borrow money from their bank, wouldn't be able to pay it back. Bad things happened to them. Many of them couldn't handle life, actually. And we got it. There's no estate tax. There's no death tax on your farm, on your small business. Nobody thought that was possible. So if you love your children, you can leave your business to your children. You can leave your farm to your children, and they'll be very happy. Now, if you don't love your children, don't bother. Then it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is just a big waste of time. But if you love, think of it, you have no death tax, you have no estate tax. You can leave it to your children, and we love that. It was so important to me. We've restored the American strength on the world stage. We're respected all over the world. You might have seen, I was in China a few days ago with President Xi, and it was some display. We had a great time, but we also got a lot of business done, a lot of great business for our farmers with soybeans, record purchases of soybeans and lots of other things. And they're buying many, many Boeing airplanes, and they're buying a lot of other things too. We had a great relationship. I've always had a great relationship with President Xi. Together, on a bipartisan basis, we passed the Laken Riley Act to get dangerous criminal aliens off our streets. We love Laken. We passed the Genius Act to keep America at the forefront of finance and new technology and working with Melania and the group, Congress passed the Take It Down Act to protect our nation's children. So that was something. And everyone here tonight has a lot to look forward to, so that in the coming months, we're going to have some very amazing events. One of them is going to be right there where you're standing. It's good. The hardest ticket I have never seen anybody want anything so much as people want those tickets. It's a one-of-a-kind UFC. That's going to be something, UFC event on the South Lawn. Right there, we're going to build an arena. It's going to hold probably, I would say, 4,000, 5,000. The great Dana White is putting it on. We'll get it up to the max. And behind you in the park, the beautiful open piece of land, we're going to have anywhere from 75,000 to 100,000 people, all free of charge. We're building 8 giant screens back there. So we have a small arena here that we're building, never happened before. And in the back, we're going to have close to 100,000 people watching the fight. They're going to be all championship fights. It's going to be great. We also have, as you know, the Indy. Roger Penske is doing the Indy around the Capitol, and that'll be in August. That's going to be unbelievable. He said he's been trying to do that for 25 years. He's made 129 trips to Washington. He was never able to do it. Then he met me. One trip took a half an hour, and we got it done. And it's going to be fantastic. And we have then, of course, FIFA. Johnny, good old Johnny. He's great. He's doing a fantastic job. Johnny Infantino. We have the FIFA World Cup and our great American State Fair on the National Mall, and the Freedom 250 Grand Prix here. And then on July 4th, we have an unbelievable display. And don't forget, we have a thing called the Olympics coming up. I got the Olympics during my first term, and then I got FIFA during my first term. And I said, oh, I won't be able to see it because it happened now. But then strange things happened with an election. And I didn't get to serve the 4 years that I was supposed to serve. I don't want to say it. I don't want to be controversial. The election was rigged. And we came back and we did something very special, and I ended up getting the Olympics and getting FIFA, and we got 252. I want to take credit for 250 years, but that I'm not going to get away with. But we're going to have an amazing period of time. So we have exciting things happening. I just want to leave by saying, our country is so strong. Our military is the greatest in the world. You saw that with Venezuela. You see it now with Iran. We wiped out their Navy. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. All of their material that they use for warfare is gone. Just about everything is gone. I don't want to say their leaders are gone because it's not very nice, but that happens to be true. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. We won't be able to put up with that, and we're not going to put up with it. And just to say one final thing, in the history of the world, there's never been anything like happened over the last short period of time. 18 trillion, with a T, dollars is being invested in the United States. There's never been anything close. As an example, the previous administration, in 4 years, the previous administration in 4 years had less, substantially less, than $1 trillion. We have $18 trillion in 11 months. We haven't gotten the results from the last month, from the 12th month. But think of that, 18 trillion. In the history of the world, there's been no country with anywhere even close to that number. And all of that money is going to building factories. And I mean car plants, auto plants, everything is coming back, AI plants. We have everything coming back. We've never had a situation like it. We're building plants, thousands of plants all over our country, $18 trillion. It's many times greater than another country, a certain other country that I just visited. If you go, I won't mention names, if you go back 10 years, that had the record at 3 trillion. We're at 18 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. So I just want to thank you all. You're spectacular people, the political people out there. I love you all. And we're going to have one hell of a time for the next few years. And hopefully the next few years will lead to greatness for many, many years to come. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
But wait, There is more. I got more Trump for us because there is another speech that I missed, and I appreciate you, Patriots, hanging out with me while I get caught up with all of these things. Let me make sure I get to the area where where President Trump is actually in place to speak. Man, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time with this green screen. I'll tell you that right now.
Very much. It's great to be here
There we go.
on this very beautiful day. A lot of very positive things happening. Less than 4 months ago, I stood before you to announce the launch of the TrumpRx.gov, a brand new website featuring the largest discounts on prescription drugs in the history of our country, the history, frankly, of any country. And for decades, Americans paid the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far. But under the most favored nation agreements I negotiated, we now pay the lowest price paid for anybody in any country. We went from the highest to the lowest, and I think outside of maybe a cure itself, it's the biggest thing to happen to healthcare and everything having to do with medical in any way, shape, or form. There's never been anything like this. We think of it, we went from the most expensive to the least expensive. So we've slashed the price of dozens of commonly used prescription drugs by differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. In my first term, I got it down 1/8 of 1%. It's the first time in 28 years it went down 1/8 of 1, and now we're talking about 4, 5, and 6, and even 700%, including for weight loss drugs, fertility treatments, insulin, and much, much more. Since that launch in February, TrumpRx.gov has already been visited more than 10 million times and has saved American consumers over $400 million already, and it's really the hottest thing in medicine. It's been amazing. I asked Dr. Oz, how's it doing? Bobby was there. He said, nobody's ever seen anything like this, so it's great. People are saving a lot of money. Over the next 10 years, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that our most favored nation drug policies will save Americans over $500 billion. And this has been the greatest breakthrough in lowering health care costs in modern history. But we're just sort of getting started, actually, because we have a lot more to come. So today I'm thrilled to announce that we're increasing the number of drugs available on TrumpRx by nearly 7 times, adding over 600 affordable generics to the website, working with industry partners. Cost-effective generic drugs are often available at just a tiny fraction of the price of their brand name equivalents, and in theory, they're the same thing. Sometimes they're better, with the same dosage, the same effectiveness, and the same active ingredients, yet many consumers do not think to ask for them. They don't know about them. By incorporating this massive catalog of low-cost generics at TrumpRx.gov, consumers will now have one source to ensure that they're getting the lowest possible cost on their prescription. So they have a real option now. Today they have something that they've never had before. They've never had anything like this or even close. With these additions, TrumpRx will feature the best and lowest prices on prescriptions used by tens of millions of Americans already. And in some cases, the discounted generics available through TrumpRx may be offered at an even lower cash price than the out-of-pocket insurance cost, which has always been the lowest, but we're going to be lower. This means that the TrumpRx.gov should always be your first stop before you go to the pharmacy to pick up your prescription, and you'll certainly be checking on your pharmacy by doing this, and at a minimum, you'll know what you're supposed to be paying. I want to thank the leaders of several major pharmacies and generic drug makers who are partnering with us on this effort, including the co-founder of Cost Plus Drugs, Mark Cuban. Mark, thank you very much. Mark, looking good, Mark. Come here, Mark. Nice to be with you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
We have the same thing, one thing in common. We want to make people better and keep them wealthy, right? Good. Good to be with you. Vice President of Amazon Pharmacy, Tanvi Patel. Thank you very much. And the President of RX Marketplace at GoodRx, Aaron Crittenden. Aaron, thank you very much. Great job you're doing. With these companies as partners, we're also getting and adding new tools to take over websites which will connect patients with the lowest price pharmacy right in their own neighborhood, or alternatively give them the option of getting a discounted prescription shipped straight to their door. They can have it delivered right to their front door. This will provide American consumers with new options, more savings, and unprecedented price transparency, putting billions and billions of dollars back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. What a difference it's going to make at the end of a week. For generations, drug prices have only gone up, and under my administration, for the first time in history, drug prices are coming down, and they are coming down very, very dramatically and substantially. Politicians from both parties promised for decades to make health care more affordable, but they all failed, every single one of them. And when they thought they had it, they couldn't get other countries to go along. I got all the other countries to come along. I said, you don't come along, we're going to tariff you. And they all said, we'd love to come along, sir. But I'm actually getting it done, and I don't care how I do it, I got to get it done for the people. I want to thank the incredible team behind this historic accomplishment, including Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Bobby, Administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, what a team this is, and Chief Counselor of Health and Human Services, Chris Klump. And I also especially have to thank the genius behind the world-class website that will soon be serving hundreds of millions of Americans, Airbnb co-founder and Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia, who's really amazing, and Ed Korstein, and the team at the National Design Studio, which is as good as you get. Under my America by Design executive order, Joe and his design team have been working to make your government more beautiful, more modern, convenient, and effective. In addition to the Trump RX website, they've built the amazing experience behind TrumpAccounts.gov and the new food pyramid, Freedom 250, and much more. They're doing a job for the country like I can say design-wise nobody has ever seen. So, Joe, please show us how Trump RX is bringing the modern face to healthcare and really helping us to save lots of money and lots of lives. Joe, please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. In just months, Trump RX has accomplished what Washington said couldn't be done. Those numbers you shared represent huge savings at real scale for real Americans. And none of this would be possible without your leadership and your belief that Americans deserve better health. So, today's great announcements of more drugs, more pharmacies, and home delivery are making healthcare simpler and smarter for Americans. Let's go live to the new Trump RX experience. So that $400 million saved for Americans, that means better living and less stress for millions of families. So let's browse some of those medications. Immediately, you'll see a new section called Presidential Deals. These are some of the most affordable brand name drugs in America, made possible thanks to our president's legendary deal making. So let's take a look at a few of these. This is Foundayo, the new GLP-1 pill, 77% off. This is the insulin medication, 72% off. This is Trulicity, 61% off. These are life-changing savings for millions of Americans. Now, search also got smarter too. You can now look up brand name drugs and see the generic version. Let's try a brand drug named Glucophage. It's for diabetes and it costs around $20. So search now shows the lower cost option, Metformin. Metformin has the same active ingredients, but now watch this. The price, $8.42. So you found an affordable price. Now where do you get it? You can find your trusted pharmacy in one search. Watch how easy this is. I'll use mine. Capsule Pharmacy. Boom, there it is. Now, we also created another way to find the best price. Introducing Map Search. For the first time, you can see chain and local independent pharmacies on the same map. So here's my location. I see an option here at a pharmacy for $18, and a block away, $8.42. Now you can compare for the best medicine prices, as easy as it is to compare hotels or Airbnbs or baseball tickets. This is simple, transparent healthcare pricing. So when I find what I'm looking for, I take this coupon, show it to the pharmacist, and I get the Trump RX price. That simplicity is why Trump RX has taken off nationwide. Okay, there's one more thing. Today, we added new partners for fast home prescription delivery. I can actually get this medicine to my door in a day or so. So from search to savings to satisfaction, this is healthcare built for modern life. You compare prices on flights, why not medicine? Don't just fill your prescription, Trump or exit. Because the strongest nation on earth, America, starts with the healthiest people on earth. Mr. President, back to you.
Thank you, Joe. Great job. Beautiful. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Really amazing the job you've done, and so quickly. Now I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, and Dr. Oz, and Mark Cuban, and Chris Klump, and we'll take a couple of questions maybe at the end. Thank you. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The epidemic of chronic disease in this country is now existential. If you include my agency plus Social Security and the VA, Americans now spend 48 cents out of every dollar that we spend in federal taxes now go to health care. 90% of that is for chronic disease. And those costs are increasing at 2% at greater speed than the GDP. In addition to that, it poses an existential threat to our national security. 77% of American kids cannot qualify for military service. President Trump has pledged to end the chronic disease epidemic, but in the meantime, many people need medications to treat their chronic disease. And President Trump has asked us to make our country, the most affordable medication in the world, and he succeeded in doing that. And I want to say one last thing. President Bush promised to do this. President Clinton promised to do it. President Biden promised to do it. President Obama promised to do it. President Trump actually got it done. And it's an extraordinary accomplishment. It's an extraordinary legacy for him, and it's a gift to the American people. And I want to thank you again for your vision and for your determination.
This is yet another example of this administration and the president's leadership making life more affordable. And it's in a particularly important arena because almost 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to a drugstore, cannot afford to pick up the medications that their doctor prescribed for them. And part of the reason for that, which the president recognized early on and pushed hard until it got done, because it was a force of his personality that allowed us to go to all the major pharmaceutical companies representing the vast majority of the marketplace of branded drugs in America. But what he realized was we're paying 3 times more for the exact same drugs made in the same facilities, often in this country, than people overseas are paying for those exact same drugs. Whether it's weight loss drugs, fertility drugs, you name it, we're overpaying for it. President wanted that stopped. He wanted it stopped now. And so he did it. The most favored nation drug pricing approach works using a variety of techniques that he outlined, but we needed to make sure you had an ability to access these drugs. TrumpRx.gov is a phenomenon. Over 10 million people have visited the site. It is the fastest site of its kind I've ever seen. As a physician who's used to looking at medications and having no idea what the patient will pay, it's as transparent as you just saw, built by the fantastic team with Joe Gebbia. They started with dozens of medications, Mr. President, which is the number of medications that had been negotiated by Chris Klump and the team at HHS. Today, 601 more medications were added. 601 more. As the president said, 7 times more drugs are now in this list, which means something really important. You should not buy a drug in America without first checking the best transparency site ever created for medications to make sure you're not being taken advantage of. You wouldn't go grocery shopping without knowing prices. You wouldn't buy a car without knowing prices, lease an apartment or anything else. You shouldn't do it with the medications that could save your life. We believe that more than half of all the prescription interactions in America are now going to be revealed on Trump RX. If you wish to use the site in any capacity, this is the time to start. It's a technological feat. It's created transparency with no middlemen. Just what the president promised. And for that reason, we ask you today to go look at the site, TrumpRx.gov. Ask us to put you on our mailing list. So when the team at the National Design Studio wants to contact you about new medications that are being offered, new ways for you to save money, new ways for you to make health more affordable, so your zip code doesn't determine your health, you'll have TrumpRx.gov to go to. Mark Cuban has been an outspoken advocate for more transparency in medications. He built a business around it, and he's one of the companies that's joining us now to put their products on TrumpRx.gov. Mark?
Thank you for having me, Mr. President. I think other than you, I've been the biggest proponent of TrumpRx.com. And the reason for that is Republicans want cheaper drugs, independents want cheaper drugs, Democrats want cheaper drugs, and together, I think we're going to do something special. What makes Cost Plus Drugs different is that when you click through TrumpRx to our site, not only will you see a great price, but you'll see our actual cost and that we only mark it up 15%. And what makes this incredible, Mr. President, all the volume and all the people that are going to come from the site, as our volumes go up, our costs go down, which means we'll be ending up charging less to people over a period of time. So this is a special announcement. This is a special partnership. 559 of those drugs are ours, so we're really excited to be part of this. Thank you so much for having me. And I'll turn it over to Chris Klump. Thank you. Thank you.
So you've just heard about the addition of generic medications on TrumpRx, which is fantastic. TrumpRx is now the true single source of truth for the lowest prices for American families on their prescription medications. But what matters even more is what comes next. So we are on an irreversible trajectory. An American family right now taking a GLP-1 will save this year, right now, about $1,800 less than they would have 4 months ago before the advent of TrumpRx.gov. An American family trying to conceive and needing fertility medications will save nearly $6,000 per live birth right now, thanks to TrumpRx.gov. That's nearly $5 billion going to the pockets of hopeful parents over the next decade. So how do we achieve this? By proving that in America, you can do well by doing good. TrumpRx has created a revolutionary vehicle for a true public-private partnership. Private innovators are stepping up to the plate, and they're doing it not just because it's the right business decision, but it's the right moral decision. So to accelerate this process, we will continue focusing on three things, the same three things we talked about you in our last conversation on most favored nation pricing led by the president. First, we continue to bring additional industry partners on board. Last time we had a conversation with you about MFN, we put out a call to small and mid-sized biotechnology manufacturers and pharmaceutical companies to come sit with us to make their product portfolios available at MFN prices. We said that we would be fair and we would be reasonable, and the industry has answered that call. We've been inundated with demand for discussions to ensure that every American family can continue to access MFN prices, not just for the companies that have been negotiated, but for the many that are yet to come. Number two, as the president mentioned, we are continuing to negotiate international trade agreements. Those are well underway, working lockstep with our partners at Trade and at Commerce. And number three, legislation. We are continuing discussions on the Hill with Congress to ensure that the president's great health care plan lasts for decades to come, guaranteeing greater affordability, greater accountability, greater transparency for every American family. It turns out, as Mark said, there is appetite on both sides of the aisle to make progress on this important point. When a parent goes to the pharmacy, they're not thinking about political ideology. They're thinking about what's best for their family. And today, leaders across the spectrum, irrespective of their party, are standing together because Americans demand affordable health care, and it's an American imperative. This president has set us on a course to permanently benefit from lower drug prices as a country. The foundation is built, the market is engaged, the future is affordable, and I yield the podium back to the man who made all this possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like to say something? You're over there, you look so beautiful and nice. You two, come on over here. Just say a couple of words about.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having Amazon here today. It's really great to work with the administration and the NDS on building TrumpRx at Amazon Pharmacy. It's been our mission to build a pharmacy with price transparency from day one. And it's been our mission to make sure that Americans who need their medications know how much they're going to pay out of pocket for brand or generic medications. It's what we're built around, whether you're paying cash or insurance. And we look forward to continuing to innovate on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck with it.
I'm going to move this up just slightly.
Thank you for having us on behalf of GoodRx. Look, we have shared mission as everyone up here to deliver health care that's affordable to every American. We couldn't be prouder by what you're doing and be part of it. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions of these brilliant people? Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. The white? Yes.
At the mosque in
Mr.
San Diego.
President, on the IRS,
They're giving a briefing on it a little while
this
at the
justice-
mosque. They're giving a briefing, and it's a terrible situation. I've been given some early updates, but we're going to be going back and looking at it very strongly. Yeah, please.
Justice Fund created $1.7 billion that the IRS is now going to.
Wait, excuse me?
Can you speak a little bit about your post on Truth Social on Iran, and what was the decision that why you didn't attack Iran?
Well, other countries have come to me and they've said we were getting ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I've put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever, but possibly for a little while, because we've had very big discussions with Iran, and we'll see what they amount to. I was asked by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and some others if we could put it off for 2 or 3 days, a short period of time, because they think that they are getting very close to making a deal. And if we can do that where there's no nuclear weapon going into the hands of Iran, I think, and if they're satisfied, we will be probably satisfied also. We've informed Israel. We've informed other people in the Middle East that have been involved with us. And, it's a very positive development, but we'll see whether or not it amounts to anything. We've had periods of time where we thought pretty much getting close to making a deal, and didn't work out, but this is a little bit different. Now, we're ready going tomorrow, very big, and not something I wanted to do, but we have no choice because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yeah. Please.
The Justice Department has this new fund that was announced today, $1.7 billion.
Yeah.
Why should taxpayers pay for the January 6ers?
Well, it's been very well received, I have to tell you. I know very little about it. I wasn't involved in the whole creation of it and the negotiation. But this is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turn out to be right. I mean, it was a terrible period of time in the history of our country, and they worked on it. I know the Justice Department, it's really been working on it very hard. There's been numerous other occasions over the years where things like this have been done, but these were people that were weaponized and really treated brutally by a system that was so corrupt, with corrupt people running it, and they're getting reimbursed for their legal fees and the other things that they had to suffer. Yeah, please. Daniel, go ahead. Hold it, Daniel, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's pretty remarkable seeing you and Mark Cuban up there, and the fact that obviously Mark endorsed Kamala Harris back in 2020.
Well, he made a mistake. It was a big mistake.
What does this say about what you two are building here?
Well, it says we love people. We love our country. He's got a good company, and he's going to do a lot of business with this. And I'm going to get drugs out through Amazon, through the whole group, and we're going to get drugs out. And Mark wanted to be a part of it. And I think Mark was very gracious. He said, this is something that really works. The first time you've seen it. And he had to believe that if he said it about me. You have to understand that. But look, I think I have a lot of respect for Mark, frankly, and I always have.
And then, sir,
Go ahead, Ebola. You said Ebola.
Yeah. Should Americans be concerned about Ebola?
I'm concerned about everything, but certainly am. I think that, it's been confined right now to Africa, but it's something that has had a breakout. I could ask Bobby or Oz to say a couple of words about it if you'd like. Do you want to do that?
I think Heidi Overton is going to come up and give us a few words here. Dr. Overton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the CDC held a press briefing that provided a lot of the answers and information, but we have stood up a full interagency response. The Department of State, the CDC, the Department of War, everyone is fully involved in tracking. Today, we do have an announced today at the press briefing. There is an American that is symptomatic and has tested positive for it's the Bundibuja virus, a strain of Ebola. That American, as well as 6 other high-risk contacts, are going to be taken out of that region and taken to Germany. We want to thank our German counterparts. That is an internationally recognized location for viral hemorrhagic fever treatments. So we're very grateful that they would take them. It's a significantly shorter flight time for Americans to receive treatment there in Germany. For all other Americans, we have issued travel warnings. We have instituted just today entry restrictions for non-U.S. citizens that have been in the region in the past 21 days. So in Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and South Sudan. So very serious measures that have been taken. We are working to communicate very frequently with everyone. Your question was, should Americans be worried? Right now, there are no cases of Ebola in America. We want to keep it that way, and we are doing everything we can to support Americans in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, on Iran. What?
follow up on Iran. Other countries have done this before. They have asked you to change course in order to they dangled a peace deal in front of you saying one was coming. Nothing has come into fruition. You mentioned this.
Well, a lot's come into fruition. We've taken a country that was going to have a nuclear weapon, and we've virtually destroyed its military. They have no navy. They have no air force. They've been virtually destroyed militarily. That's a lot. That's a big. We could leave right now. It would take them 25 years to rebuild. And the last thing they're thinking about, I think, is nuclear. Now they have to put it down in writing. But when you say nothing, we've totally destroyed. Excuse me, from CNN. We've totally destroyed their military. We've destroyed their leadership. As you know, their leaders are gone. Their leaders are gone at the first level. The second level, we're dealing with half of the third level. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And it's very simple. You know, we don't want to go through this. We had the greatest economy ever. We still do. The stock market hit a brand new high a little while ago. I never thought that was going to happen. We had to make the excursion. You know, we hit 50,000 on the Dow. We hit 7,000 on the S&P, and everyone said that couldn't be done within my 4 years. It would be too big. Well, we did it in my first year. And then I called Scott and Howard. I called them all into my office. I said, we're going to take a little excursion down to the Middle East, and we're going to confront Iran because they are desperate to have a nuclear weapon. And the only reason they want it is to use it. And I said, I hate to do this because we're doing so well, but this is the most important thing we can do. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So we did that. And when we did that, we were met with a little force, and we ended up destroying them. We now have a tremendous, we built really a steel wall where no boats to blockade, where no boats are able to, not one boat has been able to get through our blockade. Look, our military is the greatest military anywhere in the world. I just left China, and I will say President Xi was very, very complimentary of our military. He was amazed, actually, at our military. We have the greatest military in the world. We're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So I was called by these 3 countries, plus others, and they're dealing directly with our people and, right now, Iran. And there seems to be a very good chance that they can work something out. If we can do that without bombing the hell out of them, I'd be very happy. Please.
I have a question on weaponization. Do you believe that people who committed violence against Capitol Hill police officers on January 6th should be eligible for compensation from this DOJ fund? And are you or your family members going to be seeking compensation from that fund?
It'll all be dependent on a committee. A committee's being set up of very talented people, very highly respected people. I think it's a committee of 5. And again, I didn't do this deal. It was told to me yesterday. They said they're doing something. I do believe there has to be compensation for people that were destroyed. You have families absolutely destroyed, and it's all going to be determined by a committee of 4 or 5 people that are respected and very brilliant at what they do. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please. No, one at a time, please. In the blue, yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
In the blue, yes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On election integrity, so a lot of Republicans, including you, are speaking out against a massive mail-in ballot era in Maryland primary election.
Terrible.
How concerned are you about election integrity as Americans are heading into the midterms?
I'm very concerned about it. I'm very concerned about mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that's doing mail-in ballots, and a mail-in ballot is, by just the nature of it, it's going to be corrupt. So many people handle it. You go into a well-run voting booth in a certain state, we'll pick a state,
But you go into, and I mean, they look, even me, I went in Florida and went to vote, and they said, "Sir, I hate to do it. I'm so embarrassed. Could I see your identification?" I said, "Really? Do you really want to do that? Please, sir. I'll lose my job if I don't do it." I was very proud to hand her identification and everything else. I mean, you want to have proof of citizenship. You want to have a voter ID. You want to have all these things. But to me, maybe the worst of all is the mail-in ballots where they come in. So, as you know, in Maryland, 500,000 fake ballots were sent out. When they were caught, they said, "Oh, we'll pull them back." And they issued 500,000 new ballots. And as you know, they never got the original ballots back. So there are 1 million ballots out there. Many of them went to Democrats, and it's a very serious thing. And I'll tell you, I've looked at Maryland for a long time, and I know Maryland pretty well. And I was told that it's automatically a Democrat state. And I don't believe that, because I think I did really well there, and I don't believe it. But they issued, as you just got caught recently, 500,000 ballots, illegal ballots were sent out, and they were totally fraudulent. And then they said, "Oh, we'll pull them back." Well, they didn't pull them back, and they have 500,000 new ballots go. So what happens to the original? Are they going to come in, and are they going to come in and infect our system? So it's a very, very serious thing that's happened, and I've asked the law enforcement to look at it very, very strenuously. I want to thank you all. We're so proud of it, and I want to thank Bobby and Oz and Mark and all of the people that are here. And Joe, great job. You are really something. I heard about you for a long time, and now you're doing something that's more important than anything you've ever done, and you've done some beauties. Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Not much. How many times have we told you guys, man? You know, I would think that by now we have enough, mature or at least adults on this live streaming that you would know that the economy goes up and down, that you know that there is times where prices will be a little bit stressful. But the one thing that people don't really acknowledge, I want you to please understand that what's happening right now is a temporary problem, okay? Because I feel it too. Believe me, we do. Do I believe that this is something that is worth going through? Yes, absolutely. I believe that. And let me just tell you, we have history that revealed to us you don't faffle. You don't faffle with the President of the United States of America. You don't faffle with the American people. Let me tell you something. Every single American that has military kids serving, those vets who actually fought for the freedom of this country, will agree with me that we are doing the right thing. Now, do we have a lot of cowards out there? Of course. Do we have any dishonorable, discharged veterans? Yeah, of course. You know, all that kind of stuff. It all exists. Nonetheless, whether you like to believe that or not, the good and the bad get to take the blessings for all the good that the courageous actually do. Now, I will have one more little live here. Well, it's probably from a day or so ago, I think. Forbes doesn't give me the most current videos. But I want to jump in, before we get to the next stream, I want to jump into Mornings with Maria, because Maria is talking about the $1.4 billion a day fraud draining taxpayers' money. So let's go ahead and take a listen to see what Maria has been interviewing on her show lately. And man, it feels good to be right all the time. It does. Now, I could make a mistake, but maybe I can misspeak. You know, I can say something that maybe it's not true. I will always try to correct myself. But I believe that we're always right about everything that we see happening right now in our country and throughout the world. People forget all the accomplishments that President Trump and the administration and those who have supported him have been making. But you know what? At the end of the day, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Socialist Democrats will never be able to be happy with us because they hate America. It's that simple.
Welcome back. More looks at fraud. Investigative reporter Luke Rosiak will testify before the Senate Small Business Committee today after unveiling a fraud in Ohio's Medicaid program. The news drew attention from lawmakers, and Rosiak described billions of dollars worth of taxpayer-funded home health waiver programs. He claims the alleged health care providers operated in nearly empty offices. 2 Minnesota whistleblowers will also testify. They say they uncovered fraud within their state's Department of Human Services and were met with retaliation after no statewide action was taken. Joining me now for this Fox Business exclusive is Iowa Senator Joni Ernst. She's the chairman of the Senate Small Business and Entrepreneurs HIP Committee. Senator, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. Your reaction to all of this?
Yes, absolutely. Well, what we have discovered as I've worked through a number of these fraud cases is that we lose approximately $1.4 billion every single day to fraud. That's taxpayer money. It's real money, Maria. And so through these small business programs, we're now exposing people working within the system, actually working for our federal government agencies that are perpetuating the fraud. We've got, examples of a fraudfluencer who was using social media to recruit participants in a small business scheme, and she gained the system by about $3.5 million. We have another example of a VA representative who was really asking disabled veterans for bribes in order to get their disability paperwork done. So we have all kinds of bad actors out there. We're going to expose them today. I'm thankful for Luke Rosiak's great work and so many others that have really brought America's attention to the fraud that's being committed against the federal government and our taxpayers.
So where is this going? I mean, it's incredible how much fraud there was when you start looking under rocks here. And how come it's taken so long to actually identify this and do something about it? What are next steps then, Senator?
Right. Thank you, Maria, because I have worked on this issue for about 12 years now. There are a number of us that, before DOJ was cool, I've had my own efforts to uncover fraud, waste, and abuse within the federal government. But it has taken these media personalities, people that will bring it forward to the American people, because when I'm talking about it as Joni Ernst, a senator from Iowa, it's not that sexy and exciting. But when you have others that are able to push it nationwide to the media, it really does gain attention. So we're thankful for that. But we're referring these cases to the Office of Inspector General, putting together a case, and then hopefully it can be referred for prosecution so we can recover those taxpayer dollars.
Tell us about the other business at hand. I know Senate Republicans are considering losing Secret Service funding tied to the White House ballroom construction to move the GOP-led immigration enforcement bill forward. Where are you on that? Lawmakers advanced part of the bill yesterday as they aim to get the package to the president's desk by the end of the week. Is it doable?
I think it is doable, and I do think that we need to modernize those security efforts at the White House. We've seen examples just most recently at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where the president, the cabinet, and all of our correspondents were put in jeopardy by a gunman. If we can move those social activities on the premises of the White House, make sure it's secured, I think it's a great investment by the American people.
Well, that's why the president was defending the construction of the White House ballroom yesterday, saying it's not taxpayer funded. We spoke with Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty yesterday, and we talked about Tom Tillis. It seems like Tom Tillis is trying to just go against the president at every turn. Now he said he's not going to support the bill if the ballroom is in there. Here's what your colleague Bill Hagerty told me yesterday. Watch.
I can't articulate why one of my colleagues would withhold a vote for this. It makes complete sense to me. At the same time, that's only one vote. We just need to get past the 50-vote threshold here in the reconciliation package. So Tom Tillis cannot hold this up, nor can any one of us. The important thing here is that we need to fund ICE. We need to fund the Department of Homeland Security fully. And this $72 billion package is going to actually do what the Democrats have refused to do. The Democrats have been willing to stand back and let this happen and defund the police here in America. That's not going to stand. Republicans will not allow it. The president's not going to allow it. We will get this done in a matter of days.
Senator, how confident are you? How confident are you that you get the reconciliation package to fund ICE and Border Patrol on the president's desk by June? And what are your thoughts about another reconciliation package before you leave for the August recess? Is that not doable in terms of the tight timing?
I think we can get this done, Maria. I am confident that we will get this bill to the president's desk. It's incredibly important to fund CBP and ICE, all those great officials that are out there making sure our nation is secure. And I think that we can do a reconciliation 3.0 as well. You know, I'd love to have Democrats that are helping us get some of these initiatives over the finish line. I don't see that happening at this point. So reconciliation 3.0. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm all for it.
So what would be in a third package? Defense spending and what else?
Yes, and I would look at defense spending. Of course, that is my primary concern. I do sit on the Armed Services Committee. We want to make sure that our men and women in uniform are outfitted to the fullest extent to protect our nation.
Anything else?
And then we will take those on a case-by-case basis, Maria.
The president's political power certainly on full display this week after yesterday's primary elections. Incumbent Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie lost his primary bid to Trump-backed candidate El Galrein. Kentucky Congressman Andy Barr also won the GOP Senate primary. He was backed by the president. He's seen as a favorite to replace outgoing Senator Mitch McConnell. And then, of course, in Texas, President Trump endorsed AG Ken Paxton over Senator John Cornyn ahead of the Republican Senate runoff happening next week. You've said you're not seeking re-election. What can you tell us about what we learned this week from all these primaries and President Trump's favoring Ken Paxton over John Cornyn? Your reaction?
Yes, I do think that the president does hold sway over Republican voters, but I would also look at the quality of those candidates. If you look in Kentucky, Galrein, what a great candidate he is, and he's someone that served his nation honorably. We're extremely proud of his service. So I would look at both. You know, there's going to be various endorsements through this process, but quality candidates. We need those people that are serious actors coming into the United States Congress representing the districts that they will serve.
How do you feel about the midterms, given all the changes on the maps and the congressional districting? Did that give Republicans an advantage in any way?
Well, I do think that people are going to look at the Republican platform, the safety and security of the United States, and I do think that that is going to be a big issue coming up this fall. If you look at what Democrats stand for, Republicans stand for, I think we're going to do quite well.
No, it's a good point. I mean, that's...
Yes, and we know what Democrats stand for. You know what? If you're a rhino, it's okay. I get it. You know, you're insecure. I get it. You don't like to take risks. I get it. You want to be dependent on the government. I get it. But that's your life. That's your opinion. That's not why we voted for President Trump. We voted for President Trump to do this job that we told him to do. And the reason why we said told him to do is because this is what he campaigned on, and we voted for him to do it and hold him accountable for. Epstein files? Yeah, sure. We voted for that. Well, you know what? He signed it in, etc. Regardless of how they make it look, it doesn't matter. The fact is that it has been signed. If the X-Files, the Epstein files have been released. We even got some X-Files released. So there's that. But why don't we go ahead and join? This is from May 20th, it says here. So that has to be today. This is Speaker Johnson and the House Republican leaders hold their weekly press briefing. And I believe they're going to start. I thought they were going to start with a prayer. Let me see if I was right about that. With that being said, let me see. Give me 1 second. There we go. That's better. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and jump into our next stream, and this should be I think that might be the last streaming, unless President Trump has something new that I haven't heard about yet.
This weekend, Americans will mark Memorial Day, as we all know, remembering the men and women who never came home from war. They gave their lives not for recognition or politics, but for this country and something bigger than themselves. We can never repay that sacrifice, but we can make sure that it is never forgotten. And we can make sure that families that they left behind and the men and women who continue to serve are supported in a real and meaningful way. And that commitment doesn't end with when the uniform comes off. So in Utah, one of my constituents, Terry Scow, has continued to serve as a role model in the veterans advocacy. He was instrumental in reopening a state veterans house and office. He helped create 4 new veterans homes in the state, and he even inspired his own sons to serve. He's making sure those who carried the burden of war don't have to carry it alone. That's what honoring service looks like. Not just remembering the fallen, but standing with those who came home. And that's exactly what House Republicans are focused on. Last week, we pushed forward and passed the Milcon VA Appropriations Bill, the first bill of the fiscal year 2027, because taking care of our service members, veterans, and their families should always be the first thing that we do. This week, we're continuing that work with common sense legislation to strengthen veterans' benefits, protect those who served, and deliver on promises we've made. Because this is what common sense leadership looks like. You honor sacrifice not just with words, but with action. And that's where a clear contrast is. Our Republican priority will always be to be putting government ahead of Americans. Our priority is the American people, the American family, the working family, the veterans' family, and the like. Bottom line, we will always stand for those who stood for us, not just on Memorial Day, but every single day. And with that, I hand it over to, out of the great state of Texas, Mr. Jake Ellzey.
Thank you, Blake. It's indeed an honor to be standing in front of you. I'm not worthy to be able to talk to you today on behalf of my fellow veterans and those who didn't come home, but I hope that my words honor them and their families. I spent 20 years in the world's finest Navy as a helicopter and fighter pilot, and then I got to serve here, one of only 11,000 Americans. It is indeed an honor to be talking to you today. You know, as Blake said, we passed the Milcon VA bill 415. So when you out in the audience today get to speak about what we do and don't do here, I want you to keep in mind that while there's clickbait out there all the time about how divided we are, understand this one thing, that Americans come together. I don't know who the 15 were who decided to vote no on this bill, but 400 Americans in the House of Representatives, Republican and Democrat, chose to honor and serve our veterans. $900 million going to advanced medical care. $2 billion going to improving our facilities in the VA. Second Amendment rights for our veterans in there. 400 to 15. We do good work in here. Also, as Blake mentioned, we got a bill on Thursday and Friday addressing benefits for survivors and veterans' Second Amendment rights. But since we are on a Memorial Day, I would be remiss if I didn't mention to you, as we go about our business every day, and we've got a weekend coming ahead of us that is full of joy and sales, I want to point out a couple of people. When I deployed with Morgan Luttrell, my brother, in Iraq in 2006, I was with Team 5 as a JTAC. This young man right here, Clark Schwedler, I'm reminded of him every day, and I hope to honor his service how I conduct myself up here. I wear him on my wrist. I chose this picture because Clark Schwedler didn't have anybody but that dog. He had his parents, but he lost his life, gave his life for both the Iraqis and the American people on April 6 of 2007. He didn't get to come home. I chose the dog picture because he brought that back. His teammates brought that back to him, and his parents got to keep that dog. But I want you to say his name either loudly or quietly to yourself, Clark Schwedler, because that's what Memorial Day is about. On the same operation on April 6th, Mike Day got shot 27 times. 27 times. 16 to the body, 11 in his plates. The plates fell off as they took him off. He got knocked out by a grenade. He came back, but he didn't come home. And in 2023, he took his own life. So I just want to point out that when we're talking about what this week is about, over 1 million Americans have given their lives so you and I can go about life, so that I can watch my son play baseball and play catch with him, so I can take my daughter to go see her next school, next college, and so that I can come home from very difficult weeks here and hold my wife. Keep in your minds. Say their names. Keep them in your memories on this Memorial Day. I yield to Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Jake. Too often we forget the price of freedom. It is thanks to the bravery and sacrifice of the men and women in our military that we get to wake up each day in the greatest country on the face of the planet. That's why House Republicans are committed to delivering for our nation's veterans, their families, and their surviving spouses who've made the ultimate sacrifice. This week, as you've heard, we're going to vote on 2 bills that will do just that. American heroes and their families should not have to worry about making ends meet. Congressman Tom Barrett's H.R. 6047 is a much-needed, long-overdue expansion of benefits for severely disabled veterans and veterans' surviving spouses. Sadly, they have not seen an increase in benefits in over 20 years, even as the cost of living has continued to go up. This is unacceptable. This week, House Republicans will right this wrong, ensuring that no veteran or veteran's family gets left behind. House Republicans will also vote on the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act led by VA Committee Chairman Mike Bost. It's simple. Veterans deserve the same constitutional rights as every other American. Right now, veterans who get help managing their benefits can be stripped of their Second Amendment rights by Washington bureaucrats. No judge, no due process, no court ruling. This isn't just insane, it's anti-American and it's an affront to the Constitution. Thankfully, Chairman Bost's bill will protect the Second Amendment rights of our nation's veterans by restoring due process. It's common sense, it's constitutional, and it's time to get it done. As we approach Memorial Day, a time for our nation to remember the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom, House Republicans are proud to stand with our veterans and their families because they so bravely stood for us. And with that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. And really want to thank my colleague and dear friend, Jake Ellzey, for those warm words and really kind of reminded everybody what Memorial Day is really all about. Why we pause to pay tribute to those men and women, especially who gave their lives, who did not come home. And obviously, you know, some of them served with them, and it wears even heavier on your heart, but it wears on all of us. And so we remember them. We will say prayers for their family, but we're also taking action. And the bills, as the Whip mentioned, that we're bringing to the floor. Chairman Bost's committee, the Veterans Affairs Committee, is dedicated to making sure that we're properly taking care of our men and women in uniform, but especially those who don't make it back. And the fact that the survivor benefits have not been adjusted for decades is an embarrassment. And we correct that oversight that has gone on for way too long by bringing that up to where it needs to be to help those families who don't have their loved ones with them, but still have bills to pay, have kids to raise. And that's an important bill. The Second Amendment protections of all people who should have those. It surely should be those who fought to defend the rights that we have. They surely should not have less rights than American citizens who did not participate in our military. And so that bill at least gives them equity and parity to make sure that our veterans are not treated less than every other American citizen when it comes to Second Amendment rights. We're bringing a number of other bills, too. Of course, we're waiting on the Senate to finish the reconciliation bill. They are going to go through the vote around tonight. Hopefully, they get it all wrapped up by tomorrow. We stand ready to move as soon as the Senate is finished. And we adjusted our schedule to be here longer for that. The housing bill that we're going to be voting on today is really, really important to lower housing costs for all American families. This is a bill that French Hill, the Financial Services Committee, did incredible work on to make sure we got the policy right. Clearly, there were some differences between the House and Senate. You see, many of those problems were addressed in the changes and the amendments that Chairman Hill is bringing forward in the bill that is on the suspension calendar today. I think you're going to see a very strong vote, which shows that all of us want to see lower housing costs, but we need to change laws. We need to simplify some of the laws so that we can lower those housing costs. This is something that every American in this country is going to be happy to see, to have lower housing costs. And then one of the bills you're going to be able to watch a really interesting vote on tomorrow is the Women's Museum. We're bringing a National Women's Museum. Shouldn't be controversy at all, except for the fact that the Democrat Women's Caucus has now come out against a women's museum. And you would ask why. Well, that doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't. But it shows you how crazy the other side is right now and how void of common sense the Democrats are. There is one condition that is in that bill that they took objection to. Now you think about it. Everybody for years had been asking for a women's museum to be created, and in the creation of it, they said the only people that can be honored in a women's museum are biological women. And because that word biological women is in there, every Democrat woman came out against the bill. So let's see how they explain that to people back home who would say, what world are you living in where you don't want to pay tribute to women? And we're going to have that vote anyway, but it shows you how far their party has strayed. You saw that vote last week on Law Enforcement Week, a week again, pay tribute to our men and women in uniform who keep our communities safe. The police, a lot of them were up here from all over the country. We had a resolution by Zach Nunn to pay tribute to our men and women in law enforcement. Unbelievable that 86% of Democrats voted against that resolution. So when people go back home and say they support the men and women in blue, you don't support them when you vote no on a resolution that pays tribute to our men and women in uniform. So the defund the police movement is alive and well in the Democrat Party. When 86% of Democrats last week voted against cops, it was disgusting to watch. But I think police and anybody who supports men and women in uniform all across the country were watching that vote. One more example, the sharp contrast between Republicans moving common sense legislation and Democrats going off the deep end of crazy, totally void of common sense. With that, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I want to talk a little bit about what's ahead of us, but wanted to just take a moment to reflect on something that just happened. It was on Sunday a few days ago. We had the Rededicate 250 event on the National Mall. It was really an extraordinary thing. Many thousands of Americans came out to participate in that. An historic event. It was a welcome opportunity to recommit ourselves to the cause that our founders fought and died for 250 years ago. And sadly, too many young Americans are no longer taught the moral and religious foundations of our extraordinary country. And that is the source of our greatness, the reason we became the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation in the history of the world. But evidently, some in the mainstream media missed all that history lesson as well. And I just wanted to comment. It was brought to my attention yesterday that MS Now, formerly MSNBC, mocked me in a big segment they had. And the reason they mocked me was because in my remarks, I led the prayer of rededication on the mall. I stated the self-evident truth that our rights do not derive from government, they derive from our Creator. And they had this entire segment about how ridiculous that was and what a crazy notion, and isn't Johnson such a crazy fundamentalist, et cetera. The best part is I was literally quoting from the Declaration of Independence. So let me take this opportunity. I want to just direct my friends in the mainstream media to the second paragraph of our nation's birth certificate, the Declaration, which remains the most foundational and consequential sentence in all of American history. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among others the rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It shouldn't be too much to ask that the people who talk about politics on TV, on a network that millions of Americans tune into, have a basic understanding of America's political foundations. I hope this serves as a friendly reminder to every American that the best civic education is not from your favorite TV anchor or late-night host, okay? It comes from our founding documents. You ought to go read the Declaration and the Constitution and the Federalist Papers and the other foundational texts that shape and guide our country. And as we approach the 250th birthday of the greatest nation in history, I encourage all of us to revisit those founding documents. It's really important. It's really important. The founders believed that in order to keep a constitutional republic, to maintain the republic, you had to have an informed and engaged electorate, the people, a government of, by, and for the people ourselves. the people have to be engaged. They have to know basic civics. They got to know their foundations, and quite clearly we need that review. At least some of the media do. Okay. All right. Regarding this week on reconciliation, on housing, on women's museum, etc. We've got a very consequential week ahead of us here. There's a lot going on, as you know, and the leadership team's covered it here. Republicans are still on track to complete the reconciliation process on time by the June 1 deadline that we set. And Leader Scalise talked about that. We're going to fully fund immigration enforcement and border security in our reconciliation bill. Again, it's worthy of note, that is rather a shocking proposition. The Democrats don't want to have anything to do. Think of it. They don't want to give $1, 1 penny, to border enforcement, border security, and immigration enforcement. So sadly, we've got to do that ourselves. We don't yet know exactly what form that bill will take because it's still going through the parliamentary process there and working through the committees and the floor vote. But we'll process it as soon as we get it, and we're anxiously awaiting it in the House. We expect that that's going to happen here by Thursday. That's the hope. House Republicans also voting this week on that bipartisan bill to lower the cost of housing for working families. And we worked really hard on that, and it has been bipartisan. Increased housing costs and lack of quality supply are two issues that impact nearly every American family. And the House will vote tomorrow on a strong bipartisan package that will put more American families into homes. It's going to increase the supply, and it's going to make it easier for local banks to deploy capital in their own communities. And all those things are going to help with the cost of living, help with affordability. This can be a big thing for the people. The House and Senate remain closely aligned on getting the best possible product to the President's desk, and we'll do that in very short order. On the Women's History Museum, I'll just say we're going to take that up. Nicole Malliotakis, representative from Staten Island, has worked very hard on this and drawn a big coalition of people. I think it has almost maybe 270, 280 co-sponsors at this point. The Smithsonian American Women's History Museum. Now, Nicole and others have done a lot of good faith work for years on this. 230 bipartisan co-sponsors is the actual number right now. But suddenly, in spite of that, Democrats are all backing out. And you heard Leader Scalise talk about this. It's just an incredible thing. Why are they backing out? Simply because the bill reinforces an objective truth that a museum for women, get ready, should showcase only women. Okay, that's the concept that got them all riled up. Here's the language of the common sense amendment that was added to the bill that made all the Democrats run for the hills. Quote, the museum shall be dedicated to preserving, researching, and presenting the history, achievements, and lived experiences of biological women in the United States. The addition of the word biological made them all run for the hills. I mean, if that's controversial in the Democratic Party, we're in serious trouble. The party that purports to support women demanding that the museum include biological men. The Democrats may be okay ceding control of their party to the most radical, far-left people in the country, but Republicans are not going to be any party of that. We're not going to stand for it. And neither are the overwhelming majority of Americans who still believe in common sense. Finally, Memorial Day, I'm so grateful for Jake Elsie, our colleague. He was a Top Gun pilot. He looks the part, doesn't he? Straight out of Central Casting. He's got the great voice and all that. But the fact that he comes up here and speaks from the heart and talks about all those who've served and paid the ultimate sacrifice is a really serious thing. And we give credit where credit's due, and I want to thank our Republican House Chairman Mike Bost and Representative Tom Barrett worked on these two bills that will safeguard the constitutional rights of American veterans and deliver meaningful relief to Gold Star families. At a time when the world faces grave threats, not the least of which include Iran, the largest state sponsor of terror, every one of us is keenly aware that American strength and freedom are not free. And they're paid for by the selfless service of military personnel who serve our nation every single day. And we're reminded of that fact. We're going to pause to remember those and their families, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. We benefit from their heroic work every day, and we should never take that for granted. Real quick word on the primary results last night. That's the big political news, of course. Last night, just in a nutshell, I talked with the president late last night after everything all the dust was settling over all the elections, and we talked about how his endorsement is the most powerful in the history of politics. I mean, anywhere in the world. I think it's just a phenomenon. I wasn't involved in the Kentucky primary, Thomas Massey's primary. The leadership team wasn't because he's an incumbent, but the president certainly made his opinion
That is not me. Lost my browser.
Last night, after everything was all the dust was settling over all the elections, and we talked about how his endorsement is the most powerful in the history of politics. I mean, anywhere in the world. I think it's just a phenomenon. I wasn't involved in the Kentucky primary, Thomas Massey's primary. The leadership team wasn't because he's an incumbent. But the president certainly made his opinion known, and I'm not surprised by the results there. The president knows what's at stake in this fall's elections, and he and I need conservative patriots here ready to help us continue saving America. And that's why we're working hand in hand to defend and grow this House Republican majority. I'm convinced we're going to do that. I'm thrilled about 3 more of our endorsed candidates who are going to do just that. They advanced last night: Ralph Alvarado in Kentucky, Houston Gaines, and Jim Kingston in the state of Georgia. All 3 of those are going to be great members next year as we defend and grow this majority. And at the same time, this is what's really important for everybody to be paying attention to. There's an effect happening around the country, and you'll have heard me summarize it this way. The best way to describe it, in short summary, is that there are many Mamdanis popping up all around the country running for Congress as Marxist, openly as socialist Marxist. And it's a race to the far, far, far left. And as we say all the time, this is not our father's Democratic Party. This group has been taken over. I mean, the Democratic Party's been totally taken over by the far left, and Hakeem Jeffries and the team here can't do anything about it. In fact, Republicans are the only ones that can stop them from destroying our country, and that's why we must and we will win. But they continue to nominate some extremely radical candidates last night. Even people, there's a candidate in Pennsylvania stolen from his own family, and he won the primary on the Democrat side. They're going to lose these swing districts. And in summary, we'll go to questions, but in summary, this is what it boils down to. You heard the leaders say it. You've heard all of us say this over and over and over. This is a contrast election, okay? And at the end of the day, the American people have to just look at this. It's contrast between common sense and crazy. We're going to ask the people. I mean, as all of our candidates and our incumbents are out in the field, they're just ask the questions. Do you want to keep the team in charge who secured the border, got dangerous criminal illegal aliens out of your communities and brought down crime, that got American energy dominance going again, that returned us to peace through strength, that has put all the conditions in the economy to make your life better and bring down the cost of living and higher paychecks and higher tax refunds, and got men out of women's sports and little girls' locker rooms and ended trans surgeries on minors? Do you want to keep that team, that party in charge of Washington? Or do you want to turn it over to the people that want to do the opposite of all those things I just described? It's a serious contrast. It's a serious chasm, a widening chasm between the two parties that didn't exist here even 20, 30 years ago. But this is where we are. And you got to keep America on track, and that's what this election is about. Okay, a few questions. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Congressman, for your service and for highlighting veterans. With Matthew's defeat yesterday, Cassidy over the weekend, possibly John Cornyn next week, is the message for Republicans that you have to be in lockstep with the president or you will face defeat? And also, given the amount of money that was spent in Kentucky, that is likely going to be spent in Texas and elsewhere, is that a wise choice to use all that money against Republicans when you have such a fraught battle for the House?
The message is that we're advancing America's first agenda, the America First agenda. It's about bringing the country back. And America is back. And that's because we've been running an agenda, again, based on common sense that achieves so many of those things I just said and more. We need people here who understand that, who are not, trying to carve out their own lane and do something that's destructive or, counterproductive, I think, to the agenda. And that's what's happened. I mean, that's the message. We have gone out very careful with candidate recruitment to recruit patriots, people who are selfless, many veterans who are coming in to serve, people who have been accomplished in their community, done things selflessly, servant leadership in their community. They've been accomplished state legislators or local legislators, and accomplished business persons. We have an incredible array of people. The one thing they all have in common, they're not monolithic. They don't agree on every issue. But they believe in the core principles of our party. What is the Republican Party? What is American conservatism? What is the Republican Party? It's individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. I don't ask much more of anybody, but you got to hold the core principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. I never ask anybody to violate a core principle. But they have to, you have to give up on some of your personal preferences sometimes because you're in a deliberative body and you have 434 colleagues, okay, other people. So that's the message. It's nothing more than that. The president has the strongest endorsement in the history of politics, as I mentioned. But we don't demand loyalty to the president. What I demand as Speaker of the House is loyalty to our core principles, the principles of our party, which are the principles of America, and that's what we're standing for. Jay.
Understanding that the Senate is going through its process on reconciliation, and we don't know what's going to happen to this $1 billion for Secret Service, and understanding that only a fraction of it is to protect the new ballroom. With that stipulated, what do you want to see happen here? And if it doesn't end up in this bill, are you going to do a supplemental for Secret Service? Because they've said they need money regardless of what happens.
Well, look, funding for Secret Service is essential. The president has now survived a third assassination attempt in just a few years. We're obviously in a heightened threat environment. This is a different time than it's ever been, and so we need all of our law enforcement adequately funded. Certainly Homeland Security, and certainly Secret Service. So we'll look at that. I don't yet know, as I said, I don't know what will be included in the second reconciliation bill, the final details of it. We should know that in a few hours, and we'll process what we get, and then we'll look at the next issues. I mean, what they're asking for to harden the security at the White House and elsewhere to make sure that Secret Service can protect the president, the vice president, and the executive branch officers is a critical function. That's not a partisan thing at all. I mean, everybody has to acknowledge it's necessary and important, and we'll figure out how to make it happen. Manu.
Would you be okay if January 6th rioters, the ones who were convicted, even some of the ones who attacked the police, had access to this taxpayer dollars, this $1.8 billion in settlement that DOJ has created, the settlement fund? Would you be okay if they had access to that money?
We don't know any of the details of that settlement fund. The acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, testified yesterday, and he gave a lot of detail, and I'll just defer to what he said because he obviously knows a lot more about it than I do. He said, let me tell you what he said. He said they are setting up a fund to compensate all Americans who have been the subject, the target of lawfare or weaponization of the federal government. Again, that's not a partisan proposition either. Everybody should support that. He did not say who will be eligible. There's many details to be filled out on that, and I'm not going to comment on it until that. I'm not going to comment on that until it comes out. Yes, ma'am.
Congressman Tom Keene has not been seen or heard from by the public for months. Does he owe his constituents transparency? And for your purpose, are you able to pass partisan legislation like this?
Yeah, look, I talked to Tom. It's been a few weeks ago now on the phone, and he sounded good and optimistic, and we're expecting him back here soon. He's had a medical issue, and he's going to be fully transparent and disclose all that. I mean, that's what he told me. But I don't even know the details, and I have to respect that. It's a member's personal privacy on whatever matters they're dealing with. But we expect to have him back soon. We've missed him. He's a great member of Congress. He'll get reelected because he comes from a long history, a legacy in his family of faithful public service. Things happen to people individually in their health and otherwise, and they deal with challenges and they get right back. That's what champions do. Tom Keene is one of them. Proud to stand with him. He's going to get reelected, and we look forward to welcoming him back here very soon. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
You know, for those people that don't like to support our country, I don't understand why they go to conservative live streaming. But for those of you who are actual patriots, thank you so much for your support. I want to share this. We are above 20,000 subscribers. It's all because you are amazing. It's not me. It's all you, and I appreciate you. So why don't we go ahead, before I have to go pick up my wife. Let's go ahead and listen to the gaggle with the media here from President Donald J. Trump. Cutting Edge, thanks for the super, brother. Search about the press in Miami on Cuban Independence Day. Today is the beginning of Cuban freedom. Why do criminals vote Democrat? It is a question that I have. If you guys haven't gone to my library of videos, please do so by going over and check out my last 3 shorts that I published today, and let me know on the comments there what you think about them. Drop me a scripture, give me a positive feedback, or constructive criticism. Let me know where you stand, if you support that, what how you feel about what our country is going through right now. All of those things are very important. So I want to make sure that everybody gets the support that they need. Okay. All right. So here's our great POTUS, and let's make it snappy.
So I was just watching. We have big news on Cuba.
This is what I meant by I have to go to the airport.
As you know, with the indictment of Castro, so they've a lot of people have suffered very big, very at levels that few people would understand. And I think the Cuban population of Miami and certainly beyond Miami, people that came there that were decimated, whose families were ruined, appreciate what the Attorney General just did today and was just doing now. He's just watching it. So we have Cuba on our mind. Very important. It's been a lot of problem for a lot of years, and this was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but people that came from Cuba, that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba. I think this is a very big day, very important day. They supported me to the nth degree. They supported me at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And so I think it's a very important moment.
Mr. President? What happened, Mr. President?
Say it?
What's coming next for Cuba?
Well, we're going to see. It's a failing nation. You see that. It's falling apart. They have no oil. They have no money. It's a failing nation, so I just can't tell you that. But we're there to help. We're there to help the families, the people. And again, a lot of those people are related to me in the sense that I've had such a great relationship with Cuban Americans. They supported me at a 94% level. That's a pretty good level. And their relatives are there. So we got to, on a humanitarian basis, we're there to help.
Mr. President was there last week.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that at all?
Well, we have a lot of people there. We had CIA there. We have Marco is there. Marco's parents, as you know, were from Cuba. So we have a lot of expertise in Cuba. And it's not going to be like the biggest thing we've ever done, but I will tell you, to a lot of people, it's going to be one of the most important. They've been looking for this moment for 65 years. So we'll see what happens. But we're going to, in the meantime, we're going to have to help them out. They have no way of living. They have no food. They have no electricity. They have no energy at all. But they do have great people. There are a lot of great people. I mean, I have so many Cuban friends in Miami, mostly in Miami and Florida. And they're unbelievable people. They're unbelievable entrepreneurs. And they'd like to go back. I think hopefully they're going to want to live here. But they want to go back. Maybe they'll invest. We'll see what happens. But we're freeing up Cuba.
Mr. President, how much longer do you anticipate the embargo having to be in place on Cuba?
We'll see. We'll be announcing it pretty soon.
Here, Mr. President, should we expect any escalation here, or should they expect...
With Cuba?
Yes.
No, you won't. There won't be escalation. I don't think there needs to be. Look, the place is falling apart. It's a mess, and they've sort of lost control. They've really lost control of Cuba.
Do you think
I don't want to say that.
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom is on Capitol Hill today. He says that he doesn't think J.D. Vance has what it takes to come after you. What's your response to that?
Who said that?
Gavin Newsom.
He said it doesn't have what?
He says that the era of Trump ends with you, and that J.D. Vance doesn't have what it takes to come after you.
Well, look, we've done a lot, and J.D.'s very talented. He's a smart guy. He'll do very well if it's J.D. We have a lot of very talented people. So I think hopefully we're going to leave something that's going to be real easy to run. We're doing a lot. We're doing a lot, and J.D.'s a very talented guy.
Iran have to respond after you said yesterday you're about an hour away from making a decision. Where does that stand today? Have you heard anything from them?
It's right on the borderline, believe me. If we don't get the right answers, it goes very quickly. We're all ready to go. We have to get the right answers. It would have to be a complete 100% good answers. And if we do, we save a lot of time, energy, and lives, most importantly.
How long will you wait?
Could go very quickly. Or a few days. It could be a few days, but it could go very quickly. Iran is a defeated nation. We're dealing with some people, and actually, I must tell you, we're dealing with some very good people. We're dealing with people that are, I think, far more reasonable than the people that are really no longer with us. We're dealing with some people with talent, with good brain power, and we're pretty impressed by it. So hopefully those people will make a deal that's going to be great for everybody.
Are you getting tired of the
But
back and
I
forth?
don't know. Do I get what? I never get tired. But what I like to do, if I can save war by waiting a couple of days, if I can save people being killed by waiting a couple of days, I think it's a great thing to do.
What's your message to him? Like my first Stephen Colbert, it's his last show after being such a sports.
I'll have a message at a later date. Okay.
Sir, on Iran, did the U.S. offer Iran oil sanctions relief during these talks, as Iranian TV has reported?
No, I haven't heard that. No. I'm not doing any relief until they sign an agreement. When they sign an agreement, we can get that place built up again and have something that's really a good country for the people. But no, we haven't offered anything.
By the rise of AI, they're worried that their kids are not going to be able to have jobs someday because AI will
I'll tell you, AI has been amazing because right now we have more jobs, more people working right now in the United States by far than we ever had before. And outside of the war, and I assumed the economy was going to go down, the stock market would go down 20-25%. It's actually up. The stock market is higher now than it was before I started the Iran situation. And on the Iran, I had no choice because they were going to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to give them a nuclear weapon. But that's going to end soon, one way or the other. Oil is going to come tumbling down. There's so much oil. We have 1,600 ships in the Strait that are loaded up with oil that are going to be coming out very soon. So we'll have to see. But the military has been unbelievable. The blockade has been infallible. Not one ship has gotten through the blockade. 37 have tried. They all wish they didn't.
Can you tell us about your call with Erdogan?
Yeah, I had a very good call with President Erdogan, and pretty standard. We have a very good relationship. Isn't it nice that I have relationships with some very tough people? He's a tough guy, and but I have a relationship with him that nobody else does. He's actually done a good job. He's been, I think very much of an ally. Some people would doubt that, but I think he's been a great ally, and his people respect him. His people respect him a lot.
Mr. President, response to people that are critical of your settlement over your IRS case about the tax now that you can't be prosecuted for tax?
Yeah, well, what happened is I was suing IRS for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons is they released my tax returns, which they're not allowed to do. Now, they showed I pay a lot of tax. I may even release my current returns because they show I pay a lot of money. But they're not supposed to do that. They were in lockboxes as president. And they released them. And a certain firm released them, which was, I guess, a private firm. But it released them to a lot of the fake news. And the fake news went, and you're just not allowed to do that. And many other things happened. So I released them from the lawsuit, and I guess they made a settlement of some kind. I wasn't involved in the settlement. I could have been involved, but I didn't choose to be. So they made a settlement. Also, the anti-weaponization of people. I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. They committed suicide. All the Biden administration and the Obama administration, both of them. I mean, the Obama administration started it. The Biden administration was horrible in terms of what they've done to people is incredible. And we're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs and for anybody involved. But they destroyed people. People committing I read the other day, a person committed suicide over it. They went, it was the most violent thing I've ever seen in politics, what they did. And yet if I say, let's look at this one or that one, they say weaponization. What they did in terms of weaponization will never be allowed to happen in this country again. So we think that we think that anybody involved in that process should partake. And you're talking about peanuts compared to the value. It destroyed the lives of many, many people. Thank you very much, everybody.
Fantastic.
Hello, everybody.
From our POTUS. I love it. Hey, listen, Patriots, I want to say thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. You guys got me over 20,000 subs. I appreciate it. Our goal is 100, and the main goal is to make sure that we continue to give the truth, because the truth, it's out there. Man, you know, I am so impatient. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with Cuba. I really am. I can't wait. I was hoping to hear more, but I am sure that President Trump is doing everything he needs to do. Now, guys, I want to say this. It's sometimes it's not really easy, you know, to get up here and change the track. There you go. You like that? I'm over here monitoring my audio, guys. Listen, things are happening for you and I, for us, the American people, all of those who were born here, all of those who were naturalized, that come from third world countries and other nations. We are privileged to be in this country. Let's continue to protect the truth. Let's share the truth. And let's pray that God keeps blessing this nation and continues to protect us. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. And I have a feeling 2026 is going to be the greatest year yet. You may not see it that way right now, but let me tell you, when I take a look at those gas prices, the Dow Jones is at 50,000. And then I have the gas prices, the barrel of oil at $88. It is going down little by little. Hey, thank you so much for being here. Real Fishy for life. Big hug. Love you, big bro. Brian, Robert, all of you guys, you know that I love you. And I thank you so much. Texas Jane finally pulled the trigger, and she is now officially part of the family. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you. Tanya, love you. All my conservative ladies, you're all my big sis in here. I love you, and I thank you for being here with me. I will see you guys on the next one. You all be blessed. God bless you, and God bless the USA. Let's go.